Hello guys, welcome to the second part of the Mern Stack series. We have been building the brokang app and now we are on part 2. In this part 2 we are going to complete our backend. And the backend, we are going to complete these endpoints here. We have the product endpoint, the followers endpoint, order endpoint, subscription endpoint, review endpoint, like and messages, conversation, and other endpoints like payment. So with that said, we are going to dive into part 2 of this Mern Stack series. But before we do that, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell so that when new videos are being uploaded, you get notified. Now, your subscription would help push this channel up very much, so I'm counting on your subscription. That being said, let's jump right into building the other parts of these applications. Now, before we do that, I have to give you a little message. There's a message I want to pass on. After we finish this part, we are going to drop this database which we use in creating the test product, followers, users, and all of that. We're going to drop it and put a database which we can use in the front end. So you do same too. When we finish, you create real users, not users without emails, so that you see how the email functionality works and you receive actual users. You can add another email to your existing email. 2 or 3 is enough, and you can create products that we will be able to use in the front end. Because as for me, when I finish with this part, I'm going to create like 12 products which we are going to be using. So, and I hope you do the same, because we will use those products in the front end in order to work with. That being said, now let's jump right into the video and continue building the brokang app. Here, we are going to begin creating our product route. So, to begin, we will come to the modules folder here. We create a new file here and we call it product module.js. Okay, guys, I'm going to be a little bit fast here. So, say mongoose, even though I'm not great at typing, I'm very slow at typing. That's why we need to go fast. Like, this video is going to take a long time. Product schema new mongoose dot schema. And the first thing we are going to have in the schema is a title, and the type of this title is going to be a string. Required, of course, required. We're going to say true, and the required message is a product must have a name. The title, a product must have a title. You're going to have a max length of 40. And the message here is product length cannot be more than 40. A product length cannot be more than 40. And we're also going to have a min length of 10. No, 5. Let me put 5. Comma. Say a product length cannot be less than 10. So our title is done. We're going to have a brand. Product must have a brand. Type, of course, going to be a string. And the default is going to be default. It's going to be no run. We're going to convert everything here to lowercase. The next property is going to be the original price. Type number required is true. True. Here we say a product must have a price. A product must have a price. Okay. The next field here is going to be our discount price. I'm just going to set it to a number. The original price and the discount price is going to set to a number. Images of the product. Let's set this to an array of objects. Yes, the images is going to be an array of objects. ID. The ID is going to be a string. And yes, with an ID, which is going to be a string. And public ID, which is also going to be a string. And the URL is also going to be a string. Now, these images, this is the ID of the image we're going to have, and we are also going to have the public ID of this image. When we create this image, we are going to have the URL of this image because we are going to be using Cloudinary. So we need all of this because we can also delete the images when we upload them. So we need these fields in order to delete the images when they have been uploaded. That's why we are storing the images like this. Description is going to be type. It's of course a string, and it is required. It must have a description. So a product must have a description. The next field is going to be our shipping fee. Let's just copy this. Shipping fee. Shipping fee. It's going to be a number. And we say here, shipping fee is required. Let's just say shipping fee is required. Shipping fee is required. The next field we're going to have here is going to be our user ID. Yes, we're going to have our user ID here. Keep track of the user who is to keep track of the user who created have the product. Just keep track of the user who have the product. So the type is going to be mongoose dot schema object ID as a type, and the reference is going to be user as a user object, and it's going to be a required field because we need to know who created that product. User ID is required. The next field we can have here is actually the user. We can have the user object in each of the product. Now here we can populate this user object when we query for a single product. Yes, we can populate this user object here when we query for a single product. So let's just say user is going to be type fungus schema object ID, and ref is going to be user, of course, user, yes. So what field can we have again here for product? What can a product contain? Because product can contain size. It's just going to be a string because it can be the size of trouser, which is large, and it can also be the size of a number, like of a shoe, which is size 270. So, but we're just going to store it as a string. The size. You're also going to have the condition of the product. Condition of the product type is going to be a string, and it's going to be an enum. Enums are used to restrict the value a particular field can have. So the values here are going to be new, used, semi used. The message, error message, is conditions has to be new, used, or semi used. So condition has to be new, comma, used, or semi used. Oh, product has many properties. The next is going to be a status. I want to get the status of the product. Status, which type is going to be a string, and it's also going to be an enum. Value, sale, under, reservation, sold out, and hide. Oh, okay. It's going to have the message property. Message of status must be new, used. No, what am I saying? Reservation. Let's see. Let's just say reservation or status is incorrect. Status is incorrect. So yeah, I think we'll go with that. The next is going to be category. Category, which is going to be a string type, string, and it is required. Required. Set true. This category is required. Category is required. Oh, next we have tags, which is just going to be an array of strings. We're going to have ratings average. Ratings average. Type is going to be a number. Default is going to be 4, 4.5, 4.5. Going to have min of 1. I will say ratings must be above 1.0. Rating must be above 1.0. Here we say 5. Ratings must be below 5.0. It's a ratings average. Now ratings quantity. Ratings quantity type to be a number. And default is going to be 0. So I think we are done. We just have to come here and put our timestamp and stamp is equals to true. Const product is to mongoose dot module module product schema. Now we just have to come here and say module dot export product. So we are done with the schema here. We can come here and write the controller. The new file product controller JS. Product controller JS. Here, what can we do? We can come and say const. Let's hide this. Let's hide this. So we can say const product is equals to require controller slash no module module. So this is our product module. Okay. Const touch async equals to require dot utils touch async. Here let's just duplicate this since they're in the same folder, and we say app error. It's going to be utils touch app error. Okay, now we can start building. This is going to be how to create a product. So one is going to be create product, and say export dot create product touch async, which we have written so many times now. First, and next. So here, const, let's get our product data from the request body. So product, just call it product data from request dot body. Now we can say product data dot the user ID which we had is going to come from request dot user dot ID. See the benefit of that one is authenticated middleware is the middleware that set this user here. So we're able to use this user in the product controller. So here we can also say product data dot user is equal to request dot user dot ID. Yes, it's the same. It's just that we are not going to populate this one, but we are going to populate this one on every request. We'll populate this on every request, and we are not going to populate this one. So here, we can now come here now and say const product comma is equals to await product dot create. Here we create the product and we pass in our product data. Pass in the product data there. So now we can say response dot status is going to be 201 dot JSON success. It's going to be true, and just going to pass the product back to the user. Okay, now this is not the end here. When we create a product, we want to do two things. We want to increment the non-product property of the user, and then we save the changes. So we can come here and say const user is going to be user, going to get the user, and this is going to come from, since they're in the same folder, let's just duplicate this, come from user module. So now you can say await user dot find by ID. Okay, we say request dot user dot ID. We have the user here. With this user now, you can say user dot the num product. You just increment this num product with 1. So you can say num product is equals to plus 1. Add 1 to the number of products, and then we say await user dot save our changes, and voila, and we have created, and this is how we create this product. We have created a product. Let's just go now and create a route for the product. Let's come to our route. It's a new file and say product routes.js. Here, let's copy what we have in the user. We're not going to copy all. In fact, there's no need for copying. Let's just write it. Const express is equals to require express const router express dot router. Now we'll come down here and say module dot export dot router. Now here you can say const let's say router dot route. The route here, let's just say slash dot post. Method's going to be post, and is authenticated. I'm going to bring the is authenticated here. So let's say const is, let's just require it first. It's authenticated. So here we are. This is going to be slash controller slash product controller, and here will be create product. So you have to be authenticated before you can create a product. So create products. So we are done with this. Let's go to our app.js here and require that router. This is going to be product router. It's going to come from route slash product routes. Then we can come here and duplicate this request. API product router. So let's see if everything is working fine in our terminal. Yes. Now we can go and test if we can create a product. Let's go and test if we can create a product. Let's minimize this, create a new folder, and we call it product. So in this product now, we can add a new request. It's going to be a post, and it is going to go to base URL slash product. I hope I called this product here. Yes, slash product. And now the body. The first thing you're going to have is a title. Let's say test product 1. Test 1. And the second thing is going to be let's say, oh, description is just going to say test description. The fourth thing is going to be original price, which was a number, let's just say $45. And at status is, I'm not going to put status because our default status is sale. Let's say condition. Condition is going to be Mern. And what other properties could we set here? Let me see. Let's go to product module. We have discount price, images, brand. So brand here is going to be test brand. Oh, we don't need to have to put brand because the default is no brand. I'm going to have category. Let's say, or let's say orders. Shipping fee shipping fee is going to be 0. Where is it? Where's the shipping fee? You know, with this status, we're going to set the default here to sale. And with condition, yes, let's just allow it like that. The size and images. So let's say shipping fee to 0. Let me see something here again. Shipping fee. Okay, it's a number. Shipping fee 0, which means it's free. What again can we put here? Images. It's going to be an array. So choose going to be an array where each object in that array has an ID. Let's just say random number here, and public ID, public ID. It's also going to be random number here. In the image, I just give a random number 2. This is just a test if URL. Yes, this is a test if our create method is working. Listen, invalid path ratings must be below 5.0. Let's check ratings. This is supposed to be max. Let's send again. Yes, a test product was created. We didn't provide any tags. And you see, these are images. And created an ID too for these images. So, this is how we create products. Let's go now and create our get product handler. We can now come here and we say comment and get all users. Export dot get all products. Surely we have worked on users until I still think we are in the user controller. So products, catch, sync, sync, request, response, next, getting all products here. Okay, now here we can say const products, const products. It's going to be await products dot find. In this find now, we can put MongoDB query operators here to filter the products if we want to filter. Now let's go on to the next line where we send the response. Response dot status is going to be 200.json success is equals to true and product is equals to products. And we have one thing here also. Let's say products length, product length is equals to products dot length. Okay, let's close this. Let's close this terminal down here. Let's go to our product route. Duplicate. It's going to be slash get. It's authenticated. Here we say get all products. And now let's come and test this here. Now I created some test product already. I think about 6. So you should go ahead and create some test products also. Just to save time, I've created some test product, about 6 of them. So you should go and try that too. We're going to use those test products to work with. So let's come here and let's duplicate this resource. Instead of create, say get all products and we create the product. This is going to be a get request and let's send. We don't need any JSON in the body. Now we have all our products. Product line is 6. Okay, now let's come and we have some work to do on this get all products handler. First, we want to filter these products. We want to filter the products. We can filter them by price, by the tax, and we can also filter the products by their category, by their brand. So, for example, we want to pass a filter here. Let's say we want the product where brand here is equal to, and the product here where brand is equal to, let's say, what brand did we? Let's say Samsung. We want the product where brand is equal to Samsung. Save. Let's go and send a request here. So you're going to see only 2 products where the brand are Samsung, and here Samsung, a phone and I think a printer. So you see, we want to filter the products, query them, and there are other things we have to do here. We have to do pagination and all of that, a lot of things. So let us begin implementing this feature. First, we want to write queries in order to do that. We want to write queries in order to do that. As a result, we are going to come here. We say, let's remove this. Control X. Now, let's say const query object, because this query object is going to contain all our queries, and the queries are going to be located in request.query. Everything is going to be located in this request.query. Oh, sorry. Yes, request.query. Let's console the log this query object and see. Query object. If you log this query object, come here. Let's set a query here. Let's say we want the products where the brand are equal to Samsung. The very query which we sent earlier. I give you 6 products here. And let's come to our console window here and see. So you see, brand Samsung. You see, it is the very object which we passed into this find method. See, it's the very object which we passed into this find method. So let's add another one. Let's add another. So you can just come here, say add. We want also when the category set to orders. And we send. See, category set to orders. So it's basically an object. Now, let's just copy this. Let's copy this and bring it here. And let's put it as a comment up here. Let's put it as a comment up here. So this is how this request object looks like. It's an object we can pass into the find method here. Therefore, here, see this is all of this is an object. You can see and destructure this object here like this. Now, there are some fields which we do not want to query them against our data, like page. So we want to reserve those keywords so that when we come across them, we do not want to query them. And some of those keywords are, let's lay them down here. The const excluded fields of page sort limit field and ID. So these are the fields which we want to exclude from this query. We want to exclude these fields from this query. Now, how we can say excluded fields dot for each of the fields. Let's say L stands for element. We just want to delete the query object. For each of those fields, we want to delete the query. We want to delete the fields that are available in this query object. We want to delete the fields that are available in the query object. So we can say delete query object and we pass the field here. Field which we want to delete is EL. So you see the field was deleted. Now, if you then now pass this object here, yes. If you pass this object here, let's pass this object here and see. Let's say query object. So where is it? Yes, query object. No, before passing this query object, let's just go and check how the value is going to look like. Let's test and see if we can exclude that field. Let's add another. Let's say page is page 2. Send. If we come here, you see it's login, but we don't see any page 2 here. That means we're able to delete the queries that are here from the request from this query object here. Okay. So with that said, now we can now just pass this query object here. Let's say query object. Pass in the query object there. Let's go and test. If you send all of this now, we are going to receive 0 because none of those products matches our filter. But if you exclude this, send, you receive 2 because there are 2 products with Samsung. If you exclude Samsung and put only this, you are going to receive, I think, 2 products that have category as order. So you see how the filtering is working. It's working. So let's go back. As you see, this is our filter object. There's no page. There's no pagination here. There's no page available here. So that was it. Another, we can proceed with this filtering here. What else can we do here? Let me see. So at the moment, the filtering is working well, but it's not working that quite well. Let me prove that to you. Let's go here and search for original price. Let's add a filter here for original price. Original price. And let's set the value to be greater than. Let's set the value to be greater than 50. set it to be greater than 50. I think so. Oh, this 50 have to go here to be greater than 50. Yes. Let's try send. So here we are saying that we want categories which values are greater than 50, right? Which prices are greater than 50. Here, this one, the original price is 45, and the original price of this one is 45. Let's send. Receive an error. Invalid parameter, original price. See, say we are receiving an error here, invalid value, original price. That the parameter here is invalid. Now, the thing, what is happening here is that if you come here, let's say, let's not first send this object here in this find method. Let's not just send this object in this find method. I want to show you something that will appear here. I want to show you this request object here again. Let's come here and send back this response. It's not going to throw an error this time. Yes. If you come here now, you see, this is our request object now. This request object, the original price now is an object with this greater than 50 here. Greater than 50 here. Now, the thing here is MongoDB do not understand when you just write GT. MongoDB is not going to understand what this is. So it is not a MongoDB operator. So we cannot transform this into a MongoDB operator by appending an unsigned here, by putting a dollar sign here. Sorry, by putting a dollar sign in front of this greater than to make it a MongoDB query operator. So now, how can we do that? We are going to, let's say, after we've looked over all of this, we can now come and say, let's check. Let's select. This is going to be the query string. We're calling it a string because we are going to this object, this query object here. We're going to stringify this query object. So say JSON dot stringify, and we pass the query object here, passing the query object into that JSON dot stringify method. This is going to give us this object here, but it is going to be a string. Now, the reason why we are getting that, we want that as a string is we want to, let me write it here, query string is equals to query string dot, see, we can apply strings method on this query string now. So we can replace this greater than with greater than dollar sign. We can repeat this greater than with dollar sign greater than, which is what MongoDB understands. So say we're going to use a regular expression in order to do that. A regular expression. So let's just open two brackets here and put a G sign here for yes, it's going to like search all of our documents, and let's B here and B here. So it's going to match all of this in bracket. Everything in this bracket is going to search it. This stands for global. It's going to search everything in this bracket. Please just copy these regular expressions, this regular expression here, and replace greater than or equal to. That is, this stands for greater than or equal to, which is a MongoDB operator. Let's replace this with, we're going to replace greater than also. We are also going to replace less than or equal to. We are also going to replace less than. And we are also going to replace in. And we are also going to replace not equal to. This stands for not equal to. Now, as I told you, when we send it in our query like this, MongoDB is going to give us, Mongoose will give us this structure. But this structure, MongoDB don't understand, so we just have to append the dollar sign there. So in order to do that, come here. The second parameter here, it accepts a replace value. It accepts a replace value. So let's just say val. Let's say val is equal to template string here. The template string, and we append that dollar sign, and we put back these values here, because this value here are all of this here. They're all of this value here. So we just have to put val here. Let's just call it value. Let's call it value here. So now this query object is going to contain that dollar sign in all of it. It's going to contain that dollar sign in all of these MongoDB operators here. Now we can come here and say, instead of query object, let's log query string. Let's log query string, and we pass, say JSON, and we pass it let's say JSON dot parse. That means we're going to pass it back into JSON format because now it is in the string format. Let's go and try again. Come here, send. Let's go back. Yes, you see, we have the $sign here. Now, if we compare, if we come here and send, let's just say now here that this is going to be, why? Let's just send all of this here into this method here. Good. Okay, if you come now, let's send. Okay, zero product. It's giving us zero because there is no product, which category is order, and the price is greater than 50. Let's uncheck this category. So we are left only with this. Let's send. Yes, now we see four products. If you look at all these four products, the prices are going to be greater than 50. See, 450, 100, 400, 1,200. So we can say we want all the products that are greater than 500. Let's see. Only one, this Samsung phone here, Samsung S23. So you see, guys, this is how filtering is going to work. We're going to filter our product that way. So let's come back here. Let's write a comment here and say this is filtering products. Filtering products, yes. Now, when we filter this product, we have we're going to check here because right now we cannot search by the product name because some products name are going to be very long. We are going to have a case where we want to search the product by just the words that are included in the product's title, not the whole title, only the letters that are included in the product title. For example, if we have a product title like Nike Vapor for Soccer, this is the title of the product, and we want that when the user is typing, when the user type just Nike, if the user enters just Nike, we can show this product to the user rather than for the user to type the whole name, all the names of the product. The user can just type Nike and we suggest this product, we show this product to the user. So that is what I mean here. So this is simply a search feature we're going to implement. So let's take this off and I'll just give a comment here. This is adding search by title. And here we're going to the first thing we want to check is if the request dot query has a title. Because if it doesn't have a title, we do not want to do anything. If it has a title, then we'll say the query object, because at this point we still have our query object. We have not yet stringified it here. We still have our query object here. So we can say query object dot title is equal to regex. See, that's the MongoDB query operator. Let's say regex request dot query dot title. This is a regular expression that MongoDB is going to use to run on this title and to find the products for us. So the other is going to be options. $options is going to use another. And we just set it to I. This I here means it's going to be case insensitive. That means even if you put capital letter in the title, while all the titles are small letters, it's still going to show you the result. That's the reason why they're putting this I here. It's case insensitive. So let's go and try that one and see. If you come here now, we can say, let's remove this price here. Let's add a different one. Let's say title, and the value of this title, let's just say Nike, the one we're using. Say Nike and send. Error, add options with a string. Cannot use add options with string. Oops. This is options. Sorry. Options. I'll come back. Send. So we have 0 products with Nike. Let's say S3, S23, S23. There's a product like that. S23. Send. Oh, also 0 product with S23. So let me see here. Let's try HP. There's no problem. I just take this because we don't have the product title that starts with those. Let's see HP. Yes, we have this. You see, the title has HP laptop. So let's try another. Let's go to the database and just find a product. Okay, let's try test. We have test here. Yes. So we can say test and send. Yes, we have two product with test. That's what I'm talking about. So it's working now. So we are done here with filtering and searching for our product. Now let's continue. The other things which we will have to do here. Now things like sorting, fields limiting, pagination, which we are going to be implementing here. We are not going to create another route in order to do that. We want to do all of it in this route handler here. So as a result of that, we are not going to be awaiting the call to this find product, this find method here. We are not going to await the call to this find method here. So what we are going to be doing here is we'll just create um, a variable here, a dynamic variable here, and call it query. Yes, this is going to be our query. And we remove this await here. Now we are just storing our query here. We are just storing our query here until we finish doing all our query manipulations. That is when we await this query and actually pull the data from the database. So, you know, I hope you understand what I mean here. Because if when we await the query here, we said, okay, we have stopped all query manipulation. We can no longer do anything about query manipulation. Like we cannot call the dot find method on this object again. We cannot call the sort method on this object again. So you see, we just finish when we call the await method, we just finish our query. But we do not want to do that. That's why we remove that await method here and continue building our query on top of this one, this query here. Okay, so the next thing we are going to do here is sorting. So I'm going to say sorting, sorting our product, and we'll check if request dot query dot sort if it contains sort sequence sort by and sort by request dot query dot sort dot split and to split the query into a comma, and we want to join back the query with an empty space, Control Z, and we want to join back this query with an empty space. So sort by request the query the sort. Yes, here we're just taking whatever is in the sort field in the request query object, and we are splitting it by the comma, and we are joining it by an empty space. Now you just say query, this query here, this query here, query is equals to query dot sort, which you see we have the sort method here on this query. And we can pass the sort by here. Sorting by. So else, let's just put a default sorting option. Else, I'm going to say query is equals to query dot sort by the date in which the products were created. So sort by created at this will be in the descending order. So let's go and check. Let's see. Fetch. Let's send the products going to give us. Oh, product is not defined. Product controller line 95. Okay, yeah. It's not defined because we are setting the product here. Why here? What we will do is we're just going to say here that say await. Need to await now, but this query here. See query. And we call const products here, right down here. We're awaiting the query here. Okay. Yes. So let's go now. Try. So we're having 6 products, all our products back. So what we want to test here is we want to test sorting. At the moment we are sorting this product by the date in which they were created. But now I want to sort this product by their prices. I want to sort the product by their prices. let's say original price, and the value is going to be um oh, I'm going to say sort, sorry, control sort, and I'm going to sort by v original price percent. You see, the products are now sorted by original price. This is price 45, this is 45, 100, 400, 450, 120. So if you want to sort it the other way around from the biggest to the smallest, you put a minus here and you send. You see, it starts from 120, 450, 400, and 100 and 45, 45. So you see, it's working. Now, the reason you see here in this sort here, we are splitting whatever we have in this query with the comma. We are splitting the comma because here we can add a comma here for the second filtering. For example, we have this 45 here, we have this 45 down here, and this other 45 down here. Now we can filter them now by, we can choose another parameter to filter them, which will come first between this 45 and this other 45. You can just choose another parameter to filter them. You can say we want the one which the category or the average rating is greater than 5. Or we can say we want the one which category, or we can filter again by their category. That's a filter by the category. Send. See, it's going to filter by the category alphabetically. The one which the beginning word of the category is higher, it's going to come first. So that is sorting. Now let's go back. Let's go and try another thing. Here we have fields limiting. Let's go and try fields limiting. Before, yeah, we're going to say field limiting. This field limiting. If a request dot query dot field, we have request dot query dot field, then seconds field going to be request dot query dot fields dot split. Same thing we did, we are going to do it here. Dot join. So now we can say query, just a query dot select. So see here, we want to select only particular fields. We want to select only particular fields, and we pass the fields which we are splitting here. So let's go and see. I told you this testing is taking a lot of time, and we have no choice. We have to test the application to see if it's working. Let's remove this sort here. Let's go to, let's see, fields. The values are going to be, let's say we want only the title, description, and user ID, and the status. So let's send only these fields are going to be available. You see, only the fields which we specify here will be available in the request body. So that is fields limiting. Now, the next we are going to do is, the next thing we are going to do here after the fields limiting is pagination. Pagination. It's a pagination. Pagination, first, we're going to create a constant here, call it page. It's going to come from request body dot query dot page. So now, since we are taking this from the query object and page, we want this page to be a number. So we are just going to times it by 1 so that it's a number, because when you take it from request query, it's going to be a string. So if you times it by 1, it's going to give you a number. So let's set the default page to 1. And here we want the limit const limit. We set limit as one of the fields which we can limit, which we don't want to touch. Let me see. Excluded fields limit. Okay, yeah. So there's a limit is come from request dot query dot limit. We also times it by 1, and the default limit is going to be 30. Let's say 30. You can call the query here. Query is equals to query dot skip. We want to skip a certain amount of products. And how many products are we going to skip? Like if we are on page 1, if we're on page 1 and we have let's say we have 3 products. We're on page 1 and we have 3 products. How many products are we going to skip in order to go to page 2? So let's define the skip value here. First, dot query dot. So we already have this value in the request. We just have to say limit. Say the limit times is going to be the limit times page minus 1. Limit times page minus 1. So the limit, let's say the limit is 3. Let's just say the limit is 3. And we'll take, and we want to go to page 2. Guys, we want to go to page 2. How many products are we going to skip in order to go to page 2? So we are taking 3 times the current page number which we are on. We are on page 1. So 1 minus 1 is going to give us 0. And 0 times 3 is what? Is 0. That means we are going to skip 0 products. We're going to skip 0 products. Let's say skip 0 products. And we're going to take skip 0 product and limit. We set the limit now to whatever limit which we placed here. Whatever limit which we placed here. See? Limit. So 3, we are going to skip 0 product and we're going to take 3 products. So let's see if this pagination here is working. Come here. Okay. Let's try with page 1. Since we have only 3 products, we're going to have only 2 pages. Page 1, say 1, send. We have only 3 products. See? This, and this. Now, if we go on page 2, we're going to have different products. Oh, we do not have a page 2. Oh, okay. Now, the thing is, we can define our limit here. Actually, let's say limit. Another field here. Say limit here. Limit is going to be 2. Send on page 1. Yes, on page 1, let's send. We have 3 products. We'll go to page 2. 0 products, but we have more than 1 page. Let me see what's wrong here. Oh, okay. I see something here. Okay, I see. I'm using Prettier to automatically format my code. So Prettier follows some rules. I think if you see here, I didn't do this. I didn't set my values here in parentheses. This request the query the page, but Prettier went ahead and did that for me. Yeah, because we have to put this has to be an OR. So this is OR operator. That means this is a short circuit operator. That means if we do not have this page here, we can set the default value to this, to 1, and the default limit to 3. And let's remove this here, and let's remove this, remove this, and let's remove this. This is happening only to me. If you are not using Prettier, I'm not sure you're going to face this problem here. Save. Okay, let's go and try again. Let's send. Okay, you see, we have 2 products. Total length is 2. We're on page 2. Because our limit is 2, we can go to page 3 also. Page 3, send. Yeah, we can get to page 3, but we don't have page 4. We cannot go to page 4. If we go to page 4, we have an empty result on page 4. See? So let's set back this limit here. If we set this limit to 4, and we come to page 1, we're going to have 4 products. We have 4 products. And if we go to page 2, we have only 2 products. Page 2, we have only 2 products. So see, the pagination is working. So the trick here, as I explained before to you, is this skip value here and this take value here. I call this the take value because this limit, this is what you are going to take after you skip whatever amount of values you're skipping here, whatever amount of pages you're skipping here, or products which you're skipping here. So you get the limit. Here we are setting the limit to 3, which is the default. If no limit is set, is the default when no limit is set. And here we just take the limit times the current page we are on minus 1. That's the values we are going to skip. And then we take the limit, the number of products which we want is the limit. We take them to be the current page. So I hope that was clear. Now, this we are almost done. We are not done yet. Almost, we are almost done because there is something which I forgot to do here. We want to get the total count before pagination, the total count of the products before pagination. So let's say get product count before pagination, and here we are just going to say const product count is going to be await product. Well, you might know, you must be asking, why are we already calling await here? This is, we are calling await now here on the new product, not on the instance of not on the products query we are already working on. We just call the count document, not this thing called count documents. It's going to count documents and it's asking for a filter, and the filter we are going to pass here is our query up to this point because we want the product count before pagination. That's why we are applying this this count product count here before pagination. Yes, we're applying it before pagination. And here we just put our query here. It's going to count the product before we do our pagination. So this is so that on the front end we are going to have the total number of products that are in the database. When we are querying our goods, we still want to know the total number of products that are in the database. So that's why it's called product count here. Now we can now come here and we say product count is equals to, okay, let's just put the product count to this product length. Let's just put this product count to this product length. No, it's okay like this. So I think we are done here. I saw one more thing we could do. We could get also the total pages. Total pages request dot query dot page. If we have requested query dot page, then we want to get the total pages. Say let total pages, because it's important we know the total pages so that when we are doing our pagination, we should know where to stop. So total pages is going to be say math dot ceiling. Want to round the values of total pages. So math dot ceiling dot product count. Product count is the product count before pagination. Oh shit, you can see product count divided by the limit which we have here. If the limit is 3, we're going to know the number of products which we have. So just a product count divided by the limit. We have the total pages. Now you can come here and also put our total pages. Now let's bring this product right down to the last item so that we Ctrl X, Ctrl V, so that we see these items here before the product. So I think we are done now with this method. What a long method. Let's go. Let's send. We are on page 2. Let's send. And you see the product count is 6. Total pages is 2. You see, total pages is 2. And the product length here is 2. As the total number of products here is 2. So you see, everything is working fine, and we have tested every feature of pagination. This is going to be very useful for us in future. It's going to be useful for us in future. Now let's continue. Let's go here, and here we are done. Here is get our product. Here get a single product. Get a single product. Say exports dot get single product. Catch sync. Say sync request response and next. So here we're just going to find the product by the product ID. So const product equals to await product find by ID, and the ID is going to come from request.params dot product, sorry, product ID. So here we just want to send the response. So now let's first give a check here. If there is no product, if there is no product, if there is no product, we just want to return and next new app error saying this product is not available. To this product is not available. And let's give a 4 at request 404 here. Now you can say response.status is going to be 200 dot JSON, and success is going to be true, and we can send the product here. Let's send the product there. So let's go to our product controller and see. We can get a single product, and here just going to say product ID is authenticated and get single product. Let's go and test here. Let's just duplicate this, get single product. That's great. Let's remove all of this. There's no pagination here. So here we just have get and the product name. Let's just get this product 2 here. Let's see. Come here. It's the product here and send. Yes, and we have the product 2. So guys, as we can see here, things are moving on well. So we can go and write our next handler, because that was all about to get a single user. It's nothing complicated here. So our next handler is going to be to delete an image from Cloudinary. Let me see. I'm going to skip this handler for now. I'm going to skip that handler to delete an image from Cloudinary. And what we are going to do now is we are going to create an handler that will update many products at once. That is for bulk editing. And a handler that will delete a single product, that will update a single product. Now let's first start with the handler that will update a single product. So let's say update single product. Update single product. Here. Let's copy this. See. From here and paste Ctrl V. Update single product. Here we delete all of this. Instead of get single product, we say update single product. And now the first thing we have to do here is to get the updated item from requested body. So just call it updated. We will not spread it. Updated items. It's from request body of the const product ID. We're going to need a product ID, which is going to come from request.params dot product. That's the param dot product ID. Okay, we need those two things. So let's come and get our product from the database. If we have the ID, say await product dot find one and update find one and update find one and update, and we are going to find which is the one we are going to find ID. Say ID field. So ID. It's going to be the product ID here, and updated items is going to be what we have there, and we are going to say new. It's going to be true. So we want to have a new product. So this is going to be product ID here. We just have to just send the response here with the product. Okay, this is okay. We just send the response here and here. We're going to give us a message. Say product updated successfully. The product updated successfully. Let's come to our route and implement it. This is going to be a put. It's going to be a put. It's auth update. Auth update. Single product. Update single product. Let's go and test this route. So we come. Let's duplicate this and we call it update product. Update product. Update single product actually. Update single product and put. Let's just copy this single product here. Just see, you come to update single product here. Control V. And we want to set the description to Jersey. Just want to set the description. Let's just set the description and price and shipping fee. The description for instead of Samsung printer, say Samsung S23, and the fee is $10. Let's send. Yes, and you will see the description now. It has changed. So product updated successfully. Let's look at description. Yes, Samsung S23, and the shipping fee is $10. So individual product update is working. We can now go to, there's another route we can go to and check. We can create one more route in the product controller here. And this route here is going to be update many products. So Control C, Control V, and let's get rid of all of this here. Let's get rid of that. So what we can do here is, instead of single product here, let's say many, update many. Okay, so how can we approach this sequence? Updated items request dot body dot updated items. Request dot body dot updated items. is going to be available. We're going to get our updated items from request.body that updated items. We could have just destructured it here. Let me say request.body of our updated items. We can now come here and say const update operation update operation is equal to update items dot map. Actually map through all the items we want to update for each of them. We want to update one. Each of the items we want to update one item. We want to update one, and this one it accepts a callback function. We're going to set this to an object. Filter, which is a filter. And the filter ID field of item dot underscore ID. This item is the item we passed in here. Is the individual products. We are updating the individual products here. We are looking through all the products and we are updating them one by one here. And let's update. We'll pass item. Let's update property here. Takes an item. Now this is the update operation. When we finish, say await products. Await products. Dot bulk write, and we write our update operation in this bulk write. So this is how we edit huge amount of items in MongoDB. Now we just send a response and we send our message products updated successfully. With this, I think this controller here is done. Yes, this controller here is done. Okay, now here guys, there is one more thing I wanted to show you in this product section before we move on. Was here we are getting a single product and we're getting all the products here. Now what I wanted to show you is here in this single product. If you send this request, you see we are getting the product. But we want that when we are getting a single product, we want to display the user's information here. We want to display all the user's information here whenever we are getting a single product. So what I mean by that is instead of just passing the ID here, we want to get all of the user's information. Hope you understand that. So and with Mongoose, it's very easy. We can come to get single product here, and here we are finding the product by ID. Here we can just now say we'll say populate. And what field are we going to be populating here? We just put the field here, the user. And that is it. Let's go and send back that request and see. Let's send back this request and see. Let's send. Could not connect to the server. That means our application was down. Yes, it's still loading. Let's go back and send the request. And you can see here now that we have all the users' information here. And yet this is it. You have the name, the photo, the store name, number of product, all aligned up here. So that's the one thing I wanted to show you. And now, if you see here, we are using this user ID and user here. I don't think this here is necessary. We shouldn't do this. Let's just use the user and let's delete this additional field from our schema. So for us to do that, first of all, we need to come to where we are creating our product. Instead of this, let's just send. Instead of sending the user ID, let's just send the user. Yes, request that user.id. I think this is okay. Here, we need to change it somewhere. Somewhere we are getting all the products. We are acquiring all the products. No, I don't think we have to touch anything here. But we can also, what we can do is the product model here. We are going to delete this field here. We are going to delete this field. We don't need this field here. Yes, we don't need this field. Here, we don't need the user field. Yes, we don't need this here. Okay, now I think this is good. If you like to, you can go to the database and delete the user IDs too. We can come now in Mongoose here. Since we are getting all the products, See, we are getting the user status here. Let's change the query there. Let's change the query here to user. User. And let's send and see. Yes, we have the user. See, it's an ID now. But if we get a single user, it's going to give us an object containing all the user properties. So that is a little thing I wanted to show you before we continue implementing other features. Okay, now with the product model done, let's go and build another module. And the module we're going to be building now is going to be the follower module. Let's build the follower module. So let's close all of these tabs here, pressing Ctrl K W. Here in our modules folder, we want to add a new file and we call it follower. Let's call it followers module.js. As usual, we're going to import mongoose. Mongoose is going to come from fire mongoose. So here we can say const followers schema. It's going to be a new mongoose object here. And what are the things we're going to have here? This is going to be a really short module because it's going to contain only two fields. We have the follower ID and the followee ID. So here, the first field here is going to be the follower ID, which is the type. Type is going to be mongoose. Going to be mongoose dot object, mongoose dot schema. Yes, dot types dot object ID. So this is a type, and it's going to have a reference of to user, because a follower is actually a follower is actually a user. So instead of us saying follower ID, let's just say follower. Actually, let's just say follower, and here we can say followee. Followee is going to be the same. These are only the two these are the two only fields which we have here: follower and followee. Follower and followee. Yes. So come here now and say const follower. Let's say followers. Is to mongoose. Is follower is equals to mongoose dot module, and the module here is going to be follower, and the schema is going to be follower schema, and we just say module export, exporting follower. So we are done here. Now let's go to the next file, which is going to be our controller. Let's go here, create a new file, and say follower controller.js. So here in this follower controller.js, we're going to make it very snappy too. Let's say export. But sorry, before we export, let's bring in the follower here. Followers. This is going to require go into the module folder, and we say follower module. We get catch a sync here, utils catch a sync, and we also are going to need our app error. It's going to be app error. Yeah, you can just call it app error. Okay. With that said, you can just come here and say export module export follow user, and follow user here. Okay, so const follower ID is going to be request body const follow. Oh, this is going to be follower. It's going to be request body followee. It's going to come from request.user request.user.id, the currently logged in user ID. The follower here is going to be an ID, but we are going to populate that ID later. So say a const existing followers. We can first check if there are existing followers. Let's get existing followers. Existing followers. Await followers dot find. Await followers dot find one. Await followers dot find one. Yeah, say followee. You can set the followee here and just set follower here too. Followee and follower. I hope that's what's in the module here. Follower and followee. Okay. So now check if, because we are finding an existing follower using these two fields. If this follower object contains both a follower and a followee, if it contains both a follower and a followee, therefore that therefore there's an existing follower for this particular user. So there's a if existing followers, we can just return next. We call our new app error. The message saying you are already following this user. So you are already following this user. If we do not have an existing follower, we want to await follower, comma, dot, create new follower passing in the followee and follower ID. And now we can just say response dot status, response dot status is going to be 201, who stands for correct, for JSON success, it's going to be true, and the message here is going to be you are now following this user. So you are now following this user. You are now following this user. So the followee here is the login. What you have to know here is that the followee here is the login user. The login user, because we're taking the login user from the request object. That's the followee. Then the follower is this person which we are taking from the request body. It's the person we want to follow. So that's just the level. I think that's what is going to be confusing here. The who is a follower and who is a followee. Okay. Now let's see. Let's go to our route. Let's go and create a new route, new file here. Call it route follower route JS. That's route.js. Here we can just copy what we have in this product route. Control C. Paste it here. Oh, Control C. Last route. Just say Control V. Okay, here we are just. I'm just going to remove all of this, and I'm going to remove all of this too. I'm going to left follow with this post. A user have to be authenticated before they can follow another user. So here now we're going to say const require controller slash followers controller. Here is follow user. Instead of create product here, say follow user. Here, just say follow. It's going to be a post. Yes, I think we are done with this router here. We can now come to our app.js, copy app here, and we can say this is going to be follow router. Let's say follow out. And here we can add a new endpoint. It's going to be follow and follow routes. So we have implemented the endpoint. Let's go and see how, if we can follow a user in. Let's go and see how we can follow a user in our endpoints. So let's create a new folder here. I'm going to create a new folder here, and we call this folder follow. Here's a follow. Here we need to add a new request to create a new follower. This is going to be a post. Say underscore dot base URL slash follow, and then what do we? Let's come to our route here. So here we can just remove this follow here. Save. And we come here. We are good to go here. So a follow accepts two things. It's going to accept only one thing, which is the follower ID. So let's come to the request body here. It's going to be JSON, and it takes only follow, takes only a follower, takes only a follower, takes only a follower, and the follower ID here. Let's just come to users here. Let's get all these users here. Let's say we want to follow Quentin. First, who are we logged in here as? That's the first thing. Who are we logged in here as? Let's log in as. Oh, what is wrong here? I think our database is out. It's out of sync. Yes. So new mongoose. New mongoose. I think we have a problem in our follower module here. New mongoose. This is going to be new mongoose.schema. We're creating a schema. Yes, it's okay now. Still complaining. Why? It's authenticated, it's not defined. Yes, that's true. Come to follow out. We have it's authenticated here, but it's not defined. So this is it here now. It's not going to complain again. We're good to go. Now we can come back here and we log in. Yes, we are logging. Now let's come here. There's going to be a post request, and let's rename this request here to follow user. Follow a user. Follow a user. Yes. Now here we want to get all our users here, and we say we want to follow this user, this Quentin. Oh, let's follow Lisa here. Control C. Follow. Paste. Now we can now send this and see if a follower was created. Yes, true. You are now following this user. If you go to the database, you see that a new follower entry was created. Let's refresh here. Yes, followers. If you click on followers now, you see there's a follower object that was created. Okay. Now we are successfully creating a follower. We can continue. Let's go back to our code and create other endpoints. Let's create other endpoints. This is if our comments follow a user, follow a user. And now we are going to unfollow a user. Let's unfollow a user. Sorry. Unfollow a user. A user. To unfollow a user now, we're going to say export dot unfollow. Export dot unfollow user. Follow user. This is going to be catch sync of asynchronous method request. response, and next. So to unfollow a user, we are going to need those two few things which we had there. There's a const follower. We need to need the follower, which would come from request dot body, and we are also going to need followee, which will come from request dot from user dot id. So we can await our call to followers dot find one and update. Find one and delete. Sorry, find one and delete. We are not updating. If we are unfollowing, we just want to delete. Want to delete those two fields one time. Want to delete them, and here we can now say we can pass in the fields which we want to delete here. So pass in the followee and the follower. Pass in the followee and the follower. Okay. Yes, I think this is okay. Yes, this is okay for now. Then we can just send the response dot status 200 JSON success with true and message just going to be say you have unfollowed this user. You have unfollowed this user. So this is unfollow. Let's go and try another route, which is going to be a route to get all of the users. Let's say get followers. Get all followers. Get all followers. Here, since we are looking for our followers, we are going to get since we want the followers, we want to get all of our followers, we're going to get our follower ID. We need to get our follower ID here, our following ID here, and we're going to await this if call to this follower here. Let's say we want to get followers. Say follower instead of find and delete, we're just going to say find. Instead of find and delete, we're just going to say find where we have this followee. No, where we have find where we have this is going to be follower, sorry. Where we have this follower. So we are looking for all because we are going to the database now and we're looking for all our followers. We want to search for all the currently logged in user. We want to search for all these followers in the database. So the people who followed this currently logged user are going to have a follower are going to have us as a follower in the database. So that's why we are using our ID and we are searching for all the followers that for all the fields that have follower. That is the currently logged in user. So we can now come here and say dot select only. Want to select only we select only the following and want to populate the user field. Want to populate let's populate the user field, which is actually a follower, which is actually the followee. Sorry, so let's say followee here. So I think this here will do it. We can now come instead of sending this message, we can just send followers. Yes, this is how This section here is done. Now, I know what is confusing here is this section here, where we get the followers here, because here we are finding the followers. So we say await followers. We look for all the followers. We go to the followers table, and we find all follower. We find using this follower ID here, and we want to select the followee. The followee is also right. We want to select all the followee, and we want to populate all the followee fields. Yeah, you're going to see this when we run this um, when we run this handler endpoint. Sorry. So the next is I want to get all the followee now. It's just going to be a reverse procedure here. You can just say followee. It's just going to be a reverse procedure. Followee, and here is a follower and follower. Yes, I think so. And we send the response. This is how we get all the followees. The next is going to, I think these are all, these are all the things we can do for this handler for now. Yes, these are all the things we can do for this handler for now. So here on follow, you get, let's say get followers, followers. And here it's going to be get followee. Yes, get followers and get followees. Now let's come and see. Let's go to our route. Let's get followers, get followees, get followers, and also unfollow the users. Come here. Instead of come here now and say post unfollow, and here we call unfollow user. Next, who here we say here we have to get followers. This say get follower, and here it's follow we. Here we have to say this is get followers follower. Here get followee, and this is going to be get methods. Here let's come here and try. Let's duplicate this and say on follow a user. Let's wait. Yes, let's duplicate this and we say get followers. Wait, it's going to be get, and last but not the least, let's duplicate here and get followees. So now let's this login user is having one followee, not followers, because nobody is following this login user at the moment. We have not followed any login user. So here let's try and get the followees. Here you see here, let's go back to our follower controller here. To get all followees, you see that we are looking for followees, which is the request.user.id. This currently login user. We go to the database and look for all the fields that have this currently login user as followee. So no, this is not going to be followers. We're going to call this followees. See, we made a mistake here and I've been punished for that. So followees and followees. So the thing here is, guys, I don't really know how to explain this to you. We are going to go to the database here. What we are doing here is we go, since we are the login user, the currently login user, we go to the database and we look for all the followees that are this currently login user. If you go, let's go and check it manually. You see, the currently login user, the ID is going to be let's check the ID from here. So the currently logged in user, let's say get single user. No, the currently logged in user is this. Let's check here. You'll see that it's this user. Yes, this user. The ID is in 8850. Now, if you come to followers here, you're looking for followees. So you see, this followee is this user, because He's the one who follow this other user. So he's going to have this user as a followee in the database. He's going to have I mean himself as a followee in the database here. So here now we are looking for all our followees. Let's go back to our follower controller here. We are looking for all our followees. That means in the database, the field where our username, where our ID is followee, are going to be our followees. The same goes here. In the database, if you're looking for followers, those who are following us, if you look, our ID is going to be the follower. But if you come to the database here, our ID here is not being the follower because this user have not followed us. If this user had followed us, we have had our ID as follower here. So I don't know. That's the best explanation I can give to you to this follower and followee stuff here. So let's check this again. Let's get all our followees. So here we're just going to have our login user here. There's no need to supply a parameter here because if you just set get, the route you're looking for is not available. So followees. How did we call this route here? Followee. Okay, call it followee and followers. So followee sent. Still failed. The route you're trying to. Oh, my bad. It's going to be follow / followee. So let's say now. Yes, you see, we are getting this followee and we are populating. We are populating the follower here. See, we are getting the followee and we are populating the follower property here. That is exactly what we are doing here in this controller. We're just getting, where is it? We're getting all our followees, we find them, and we select the followers, and we populate the followers. Yes, so this is the follower here. The follower is Lisa, because we're going to need properties from this follower object. That's why we're populating the follower here. So I hope this is clear to you. So I think that is all. Let's try. Let's try and see. Let's follow another user. Let's follow another user. Here, let's get all. No, let's get all our users here. Let's try to follow another user. This first user here. Let's follow Quentin here. Control C. Come back to follow. Control V. Send. And now following this user. If you come now to get all our followees, remember our followees, listen, you see two. We have two followees. 1, 2. You see. We can now unfollow one of these users. If you want to unfollow them, you can now come here and we say follower. Let's unfollow this one here. Let's unfollow this here. And we send. You are already following this user, but here it's going to be unfollow because we're in the follow route here. So we can just say here that / unfollow. We send. You have unfollowed this user. If you go and get all the followees now, you have only one. Yes, indeed, we have only one. So you see, the feature is working. And what you should process here is this logic here. This here, when you're getting the followees, as I've already explained to you, when you're getting the follower, that means this you're looking for the currently logged in, you as the currently logged in user, the follow property in the database. That's what you're looking for. And the reverse happens when you are looking for followees, those who you are followed. These are those who are following you. So I think with that, we are done with this controller here. Every other section is working. You can log in as the other user and unfollow and check and follow them so as well. So let's continue. What I've done here is I've just pinned this app, the JS here, and we can come to the modules folder and create our subscription module. So we say subscription module.js. Subscription module.js. Let's just go to the followers here and copy this module because it's going to be almost the same. Control C. Come to our subscription module here and we paste. Yeah, instead of followers, let's say Control D, subscript. subscription schema. Here instead of followers we have user, and the field here is going to be required. Say required, true, say a user is required. I'm going to just copy this and paste it here. Here you have seller is still also a user, so say here seller is required. Now module.export, say here should say subscription, and here say subscription. So we are done with the subscription module here. Let's go to the controller. See controller, we just add a new controller file here. Say subscription controller.js. Yes, subscription controller.js. And here also we can copy some things. We can copy some things from our follower controller here. Let's just copy this. Control C, and we go here and we paste them here. And let's know that this is going to be subscription, and here subscription module. Okay, I think with this now we can hide this and hide this down here too. Let's come now here, and the first thing we want to subscribe to a seller of a product. First thing here is to subscribe to a seller, and now export create subscription, attach sync, and it's going to be an asynchronous method. I take a request and a response with the next. So this is the skeleton of this subscriber method. Now, what are we going to do here? First, we're going to get the seller. And so we're first going to get the seller from our query parameter. So let's say seller ID. Because if you think about it, we are the one login here. Let's say the current login user is going to want to subscribe to a seller in the application, to someone who's selling product in the application. So a way we can get the seller is to pass it to the query parameter here. And I'm going to pick the user. It's going to come from request.user here. So now let's first check for existing subscription. It's almost the same thing we did in the follow controller. We need to check if there is already an existing subscription. Once check existing subscription. How do we do that? So if existing subscription, come now and you create the existing subscription. So existing subscription is going to be equal to await subscription dot find one. Yes, we find only one because we need only one of those fields there. So to find one, I will pass seller, and what the seller is going to be here. The seller is going to be the seller ID. It's going to be the seller ID, and the user here is going to be user, comma, dot underscore user dot underscore ID. Same thing. Yes. But so with this existing subscription now, if there's an existing subscription, we just want to return the next, and we call the new error. The message say already subscribed to this user. Already subscribed to this user. Okay. Now we can just create our subscription. If everything works out fine, we can just create our subscription. Now, we are not going to use Nouveau here because when we create our subscription here, we are not going to we're not going to see notifications. So there is no need for us to um, use Nouveau at this moment because we want that when users create a new product, we'll send a notification. So by the way, when a new user registers to our application, we already create a subscriber for them in our Nouveau dashboard. Yes. So here you can just say await um, subscription dot create. Okay, we're going to pass in seller. It's going to be seller ID, and the user is going to be user dot ID. User comma dot underscore ID. So const subscription, and we just send the response dot status dot response dot status dot 201 because we are creating dot JSON not send and success. It's going to be true message. It's going to say subscription successful. Sorry, say subscription successful. Subscription successful. And yeah, I think we no, we don't need to pass the subscription. We just have to get that message. So we don't need this here. I can just remove this. And we are done with creating a subscriber. Let's go to route. Let's create a route. Let's just duplicate this follow route. Control D, say copy, and we paste this route here, and we just rename it to subscription routes.js. Here now, instead of coming here, we just go to subscription controller. And we don't have all of this, we just have that. Create subscription. It's going to be a post method. We don't have all of this, and here we just say create subscription. And we are done here. See what here, we come here now and say subscription route going to be / subscription route. Now duplicate this. So have to duplicate this to have our next route. This is subscription. It's going to be subscription route. Okay, this is getting into place. Let's go and test this to see if we actually created the subscription. Let's just check if we are not running into any errors. Yes, that's good. Let's go. Let's duplicate this folder. Duplicate the folder name is going to be subscription instead of follow a user here. Let's rename this to subscribe to a seller. Subscribe to a seller. Subscribe to a seller, and here it takes seller request. But wait, we are taking this sellers from requested param, so we don't need anything in the body here. Let me see. Here we're taking this seller from request.param, the seller ID. We're taking it from request.param. So if we come to our, let's get this off, the subscription route here. Here we are going to say subscribe dot seller ID. Seller ID we are passing here. That's it, we are setting there. We come here now. This login user, let's say this login user want to subscribe to Let's get all users here. Let's say the current login user want to subscribe to this user here. Button. We just copy, Control C, come here, come up here, say subscribe to a seller, and just paste it in this URL here. This is going to be subscription, paste here. Let's send. Yes, true. Subscription successful. Now, if you go to the database, you'll see we have a new subscriptions here, and you see this is the seller and this is the user here. So we are able to create a subscription. What else can we do? Let me see. Let's go here. We can also unsubscribe. We can unsubscribe, or we can delete a subscription. You can call it unsubscribe, or we can delete a subscription. So let's just copy this. Control V. Instead of create here, say delete subscription, and we're going to get the subscription which we want to delete from our query parameter here. So we also need this because we need two of these parameters in order to delete the subscription. Now, it's almost the same thing we did in the last. It's almost the same thing we did in our follow route. So now here we can just say await subscription. Subscription. No, let's. It's not. We did not import here. Okay. Let's say await subscription dot find and delete. Find and delete. Yes. We are going to find by. So the user is obviously going to be the user, but the ID here, and here we can say seller, right? Seller ID. No. Oh, this is going to be seller. Seller, which we want to delete here, is going to come from seller ID, right? So let's say, yes, this is correct. Yes, I think with this, we'll successfully delete this subscriber. We successfully delete this subscriber. Now here we can just say unsubscribe. You unsubscribe to this. Unsubscribe from this user, from this seller. So let's just write that message. Okay. So another thing is we can get all the subscription. We can get all our subscriptions. Control C, Control V. Say get all subscriptions. Get all subscriptions. And how do we do that? How do we get all the subscriptions? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get the seller from the request parameter as well. Now we can say subscription.find. We'll just pass in the seller ID. Say const subscriptions. It's going to say await subscription find. Because this find function takes a filter, and what we are going to find by is the seller, which is going to be our seller ID here. So we can just pass here our subscription, the subscriptions. Yes, and we are done with this method. Instead of delete, we say get all subscription. To get all subscriptions. Okay, the next is going to be we want to check if a particular user is subscribed to another user. We want to check if a particular user is if a user is subscribed to another user. So it's going to this method is going to return either true or false, right? Yes, we just want this method to return true. This handler here to return true or false. So let's copy. No, let's just write this because the format is not the same. So check if user is subscribed to a seller. I copy the skeleton here. Here now, you can see first thing here we want to check if subscription already exists, and we already did that here. Let's check if subscription already exists. Check if subscription already exists, and the seller here is going to come from this. The seller is going to come from request.params.seller ID. Yes, just the param, the seller ID, and the user is going to come from request.user.id. So request.user._id. And now say if existing subscription, we just want to send, if existing subscription is true, we just want to send status 200, let's say dot JSON success, set success to true, and that is all. Else we do this other thing down here, set this false. So here you can say check subscription. Hey, let's go and put all these handlers here. Create a subscription, we delete the subscription, and we get all subscription. Let's come and define them. To delete the subscription, we're going to use, let's say, delete. Endpoint here is not going to be post, it's going to be delete. And I just put a slash here. It expects a seller ID, and you have to be authenticated here. When I say delete subscription, let me see if that is true. Delete subscription, yes, except seller ID, and find my ID and delete. It's going to be 200. It's going to be 200 also. 200, yes. So this here is okay. The next is going to be get. Going to be authenticated, and we say get all subscriptions. And last but not the least, it's going to be get also, but here we're going to say is subscribed. This is subscribed, and we want to get check subscription. So we have implemented all the handlers here. Let's go and check them on Insomnia here. Now here we are subscribed to this user. Let's check another user and subscribe to. Let's come to get users here. Let's subscribe to Lisa too. All of these are dummy data, so we are going to delete all of these data and create our actual data. So don't worry about whatever thing we are doing here. We'll delete all of this data. We're going to drop the whole of this database and input the database which we work in with in our front end. So just follow what I'm doing. Let's subscribe to another user. Control V, send. Yes. Now we can unsubscribe here. Let's just edit, rename, unsubscribe to your user, unsubscribe to a user. It's going to be delete also here. Here was post here that you say this is going to be a delete. No, let's let it be a post, because if it's a delete, we don't want to send a response. If it's a delete, we don't want to send a response. So let's just leave it to a post. Let's come back to our listen here and say this is going to be post. If this is a post here, we can say on subscribe, unsubscribe, on, subscribe, on, subscribe. So do this, come here, and instead of, I'll just say here, let's see, subscription, and on, subscribe. So this is how we unfollow this user. Select all of this. Let's get all subscription, get all subscriptions, get all subscriptions of this user. It's going to be a get here. This is subscriptions, and here let's so getting all subscription. Let me see here. Delete subscription, get all subscription. Yes, we're just finding by the seller ID. We're just finding the subscription by the seller ID. So here, it's a subscription. Let's put the seller ID here. Let's get this ID from here. Control C. Oh, there is something I've done here. Control Z. This is supposed to be get followers. Rename. Here we instead rename this to get followees, get all subscriptions. Rename and get all subscriptions. Yes. So followers. This is going to be follow. And instead of follow here, we have subscription here. Subscription. And here, we just passed its ID here, Control V, and we remove all of this here. Get all subscription. And last but not the least, we want to check if user is subscribed. Check if is subscribed. And here, I'm going to say subscription slash, let's just give the ID which we gave here. Followees. Control C. And we say is subscribed, is subscribe. Yes, I think that is all we had to do. So let's delete this one here. Okay, so subscribe to a seller. We already did that. Let's get all subscription of a particular seller. So subscriptions 1. So you see the seller ID here, he has only 1 subscription. So instead, let's put yes, let's check if this seller here is subscribed. What you're trying to access is not defined. Oh, let's see what is not defined there. Let's come here. Is subscribed. Control C. Come back here. Control V is subscribed. Send. Oh, still the same error. Check subscription. So instead of doing this like this, let's interchange this. Let's cut this and move it in front of here, like so. Let's do the same here. Let's save. Come here now. Instead of this, we can cut this. Control X. We place here. Let's send now. Wow, route is still not defined. Okay, the thing is we are missing an S here in this subscription here. We have changed the order of our route, thinking that was the problem, but that was not the problem. So we are missing an S here. Let's send. Yes, true. Success. That means we are following this user. Let's unfollow that user and see. Let's unfollow here. Let's just change this also to this. Let's unsubscribe to this user too and see. Send. Yes, you unsubscribe for this user. Let's copy back this user ID here. So seller ID and come to check for subscription and paste it here. See, because we unsubscribe, we are going to have false. Yes, so success is false. So we are done here. Hello guys, welcome to the other section. In this section, I'm just going to explain to you what I've done. Why? Because I actually coded this section along with you, but when I was editing the videos, I found out that a part of this other section was broken. So I could not allow that section in the video because it might confuse those who are following along with the video. So I decided to remove that part and to come back to the video and record it while I've already coded all everything. So that is why you see this section. I'm doing it like this because the video got broken, probably as a result of downloading the video. So I'm sorry for that mistake. So we are just going to do it like this. Yes, I hope you really follow along. So there's nothing too difficult about it. I'm just going to explain it to you and I think you'll get the hang of it. Now here we are importing mongoose as usual, as we have been doing all along, and we are creating the order schema here using the new keyword. Now these are the property of the order schema. We have the shipping address, we have the product, we have user, and the shipping address here is an object. The type is an object and it's required. The product here, the type is an object ID and it's referencing to the product. It is required. And here we have the user. The user also is an object ID and is referencing to the user's collection and it's required. So order also have a total price. It has a status which is string and we are setting the default to processing. It has a paid at property. This paid at is a date time. It has a delivery at which is a date also. The paid at date, the default is set to date.now and the delivering at is set to a date object which will be changed when the product is actually delivered. Payment info is set to an object. So this is it, and here we are just storing this in this order variable here, and we are exporting it from this class, from this module. Now if you go now to the controller, what is within this controller? In the controller we are creating the order, and we are creating the order by taking all of this from the request body. These are the properties which we defined in our schema. We have total price, shipping address, payment info, and product. Now when we come here, we are finding the product by the ID. Remember that this product here coming here is an ID. At this moment is an ID, an object ID. So we are finding the product by ID and we are storing it in this variable called product to order. This is the product which we are going to order. We are storing it here, and we come down here, we create our product using everything we receive from request.body here. We have the total price, the shipping address, payment info, product, and the user. Now the user is coming from the logged in user of the application, from request.user.id. That means we need to be authenticated before we can create an order. Now coming down here, after we have created the order, we can set product to order.status, and we set the status to under reservation. When we set the status of the product to under reservation, we have to call save changes in order to propagate our changes to the database. And now we just send the response back to the user. So this is how we create this order controller here. This is what we did. If you come now to the get users orders, now at this endpoint now we are just getting the orders of the user. So, and how are we getting the orders of the user? We are calling the find method on the order object, and we are finding by the user ID. See, by the user ID, we are finding the order by the user ID. So remember here, this is an ID. So, and we are taking the ID from the currently logged in user, and now we are just sending the response with the orders, the user's orders which we have retrieved. This is how we get all the user orders. Now we can get an order, a specific order. And how do we get the specific order? We find by ID. And the ID of that order is going to be coming from request.param.id. And now we are populating product. Here, we are populating the product in this order module. Remember, order module here is a product. This is a product, which is an ID, but we can populate it here. When we are getting a specific order, we are populating the product, and we are populating the product. We don't want all the fields of the product. We don't want everything, all the fields of the product. That's why we are specifying here only the fields which we want. We want the title, we want the image, we want the user ID. So we are specifying only the fields we want. And now, when we find by the ID, we send the response. We send the response. And this response here is going to be a 200 response. And also this is going to be a 200 response. So that is it. That is all about the order controller. Now, when you come now to the route, if you come to the route, you see, we are just calling authenticated, and we call our create order. It's just going back to the /order route. And now we call /order/user. Here now, we are going to get all the user's order. And with this one down here, where we are passing the ID, we'll get only a particular order. So this is how the order controller was created. I think the only thing here in this order controller is the create method here, because we are calling the product. We are pulling the product into this order method here. When we get the product now, we are changing the status of the product to under reservation, and we are saving the changes. So this happens whenever we create a new product. So there is no harm here. Hello everyone, welcome to this part. Here we are going to be writing the review controller. So we're going to come to the modules folder here, create a new file, and we call review module.js. Review module.js. So let's copy this follow module. Control A, Control C. I will paste it here. Control V. Here we just have to change this to product, and the type here is going to be of what? Product. And here we just have to change this to be of user, and the reference here is going to be of user. So this is going to be, instead of follow schema, we are going to have review schema. Review schema. Yes. And this is going to be reviews, and review schema. And the module here is review. Pass it here, reviews. Okay, so apart from the product and the user here, what else can we have here? We can have a string of the seller ID. It's going to be a string. And we can also have the review itself, which is also going to be a string. The review, which is also going to be a string. And we can have a rating. The rating is going to be a number. So the type of number. And it's going to have a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 5. So we can input a review of either between 1 to 5. That's why we are setting these constraints here. 1 and 5. Minimum is 5 and maximum minimum is 1 and maximum is 5. So with this, we are done with the review module here. Let's check if we didn't miss anything. Okay, I think we are done with it. Yes. Now let's go to the controller and add a new review controller. New file here. I'll call it review controller.js. This file can import. So it's a const review. It's coming from acquire module review. Oh, review module. Okay. We can have our cache async. We can have catch async. So here, it's a catch async. It's going to come from our utils, catch async. The first thing we are going to be doing in this controller is to create a review. We're going to be able to create a review. So say export dot create review. So catch async request response next. Okay. Here we're going to, the first thing we are going to do here is we are going to set the user and the product property early before we create the review. So let me just type what I mean here. I'm going to say request. Let's first say if request dot body dot product. If we do not have a request dot body dot product, we just have to set the request dot body dot product to request dot params dot product ID, because our product ID we always take it from the request parameter. And we say if we do not have a request dot body dot user, this is going to be the current logged in user. The reason I'm doing this like this is because I don't want to the user should be provided a user while we already have a login user, and the user should be provided a product ID when he's giving a review for a particular product. So that's the reason I'm doing it like this. So see request dot body dot user is going to be coming from request dot user dot ID. So with this now we can come and say const new review is equals to await review dot create we're going to create a new review, and we just have to pass the request that body in here in this create method. It's going to create a review with everything we need, and now we just have to say response.status. Response.status is going to be 201, as we all know. The .json success is going to be true, and review is going to be a new review. Okay, so this is how we create this review here. Yes, next we are going to get all the reviews. You can get all the reviews. Let's just copy this. Instead of create reviews, we'll say get all reviews, and this say get all reviews, and remove this here. If you want to get all the reviews, you just use the find method here. Response.status is 01. Here, let's just call this reviews, and let's pass the reviews here. With this, we are getting all the reviews. Let's copy this. Let's paste it here. Want to get all reviews of a seller. Get all reviews of a seller. Get all reviews of a seller. If we are getting all the reviews of a seller, that means we need to pass a filter in here, and the filter we're going to use, we're going to say seller is going to come from request dot params dot seller ID to get all the reviews of seller. So get sellers reviews. Get sellers reviews. So passing the review here. Yes, I think this is done. Now we can also delete a review, but let's just keep that handler for now. Let's just keep that delete review handler for now. In fact, let's just write it. See, we can say we want to delete a review. In order to delete a review, we're just going to pass the ID of that review. So we say find by ID and delete. Find by ID and delete. So the ID here is going to be request.params dot ID here, and here we don't need to pass a review here. I'll just say success. Remove this, and the status code here is going to be 204 for delete. Okay, yes, I think this is all we have to do in this review controller here. Now let's go to the route. Let's go and define the route for the review. Let's define the route for the review. So if you come here, okay, this is route. Let's create a new file, and we say review routes.js. Let's go to the other routes, copy everything from the other routes here. I'll paste in the review route, and we just make some changes here. This is going to be review, and here we're going to say create review, get all reviews. I'll say get sellers review. This is going to be delete review. And last, we could say delete review. So here we call create review, to get the reviews of a particular seller. That's to get all the reviews. Yes, we call get all reviews, and to get the reviews of a particular seller. Not something. When we are creating a review, we are passing the product ID here, so as a parameter, so we need to specify it, product ID. Yes, so remember to pass the product ID, the product ID parameter here. Look, this is it we are using here, product ID. So remember to pass it here. So now we are getting all the reviews, and now we can get the reviews of a particular seller. So here say seller ID. Let me see, reviews of a particular seller, get all reviews of a seller, and we are passing the seller ID. Okay, that is good. Lastly, the last route we can put here is the delete route. Here, instead of get, we say delete, and we just put the ID. This will be the ID of this is going to be the ID of the review here, the review's ID. And now we just say delete review, delete review, and get seller's review. Okay, our route is good, our reviews are good. And now let's go to our app.js file, and we just copy down this, and here we just say review, so review routes. Okay, we can come now here, we say review and review routes. Let's go to Insomnia, come to Insomnia here and test. Let's just duplicate the order here. Let's duplicate this folder, and we call it review. Now here it's going to be create review. And in order to create a review, we need two things, right? We need the review, which we write, the review we will write, and we need the review and the rating. The rating is going to be a number. Let's just say 5 here. Awesome. Let's say product is as described. Product is as described, and we give a 5-star rating to that product. Now this is going to be a review and the product ID. What product can we use? If we come to our database here, let's check for products which we are going to use. Let's take this test product one. Let's just take this test product one, and know that we are the one we created this. Let's check the user who created this product before, so that we cannot write a review for ourselves. So that we cannot write a review for ourselves. So come here, we paste the ID here. We are writing a review for this product, and we already have a logged in user. So what we can do here is, let's come to login. So this is the user. We come to login authentication. Sorry, let's come to authentication, login. See, we are logged in as this user, and this user is the one who created all our test products which we are using. So let's just log in as another user. Let's come to the database here, check the users. Let's log in at this other user. I think the password is the same. Ctrl V, send. Password or email is incorrect. Oh, let's put 4 here. Send. It's the password or email is incorrect. Let's try another user. Forgotten the password of this user. Let's try this one. Oh, this one is false. That means we have excluded this. We have deleted this user here. So we have deleted that user. Let's try this user. Okay, let's try this one. Send. Okay, we are logging with this other user here. Now we where am I going to? Now we can come up here to this review here. Get this out of the way. To this review here and create the. That means this user Lisa is creating a review for this product. So let's send. Yes, the review was created. You see, this is the product ID, the user is the review, product is as described, and the ratings. So you see, we have successfully created a review for this user and the rating. So that is it for the review controller. But now, okay, let's try the other endpoint. Let's try other endpoints. Let's try other endpoints. Want to get all reviews. So let's rename get all reviews. Get all reviews. Here, just going to say reviews. And we send. Let's send. Yes, you see, it's an array, and this is all the reviews. Let me see. Product user review. Okay. Seller. Oh, we are not passing. There's a field which we have omitted. We have omitted the seller field when we're writing this this review. We have omitted the seller field when we were writing this review. Therefore, if we want to get a review for a particular seller, it's going to give us an empty array because it shows the seller is not available. So let's try. Let's rename this get review for seller, and here we need to say review, and we'll pass the seller ID and this review. We're passing the seller ID here. Now let's come and check. Oh, the seller who got this review is this user here. Let's copy the ID and we'll paste it here. Okay, now let's send. You see, it's giving us an empty array. Why is it giving us an empty array? It's because when we're creating this review, we didn't specify the seller. So we have to give the seller here. So seller, because we have this field in our schema, it's going to be the seller ID. Let's put it here. Okay. There is one thing I'm noticing here. If you look here, we are getting these reviews, but our status is 201, which means created. Let's just go and change that. Let's come to the review controller. Here we are getting the review. This is supposed to be 200, and this is supposed to be 200 as well. Seller, okay, it's a string. Yes, so we just need to pass the string here. Okay, let's write another review, give a 5-star and say delivering. Okay, now this is something we have to take care of. If you see, we can write another review for this user and for this particular product, which it is not supposed to be so. We do not want this to happen. We don't want a user to write 2 reviews for a particular product and for a particular user at the same time. So we are going to see how to fix this later, but let's just go with that for now. Let's say delivery was fast, and we'll give a 5-star. That's great. Okay, see, the seller field is now here. Let's get all reviews. You have 2 reviews now here. Okay, these are them, And now if you get a review for this particular seller, you'll see that one come here. Delivery was fast. Okay, this is working now. Now about what we just talked about, about writing a review for a user to write multiple reviews for a single product and for a particular user. We don't want to allow that. And what we can do is we can use indexes. We can use indexes in order to prevent that from happening. So we can come here and say review. This is in the review controller, review schema dot index review schema dot want to define an index on this review schema. So say index product, the product property has to have an index of 1, and the user has to have an index of 1 as well. And the next parameter of this index is going to be the options. And options here we're just going to set unique to true, because we want this to be a unique. We want only one user to be able. We want these two fields actually. We want these two fields to be unique at the same time for a particular user giving a review. We want the product and the user, one user giving a review for a particular product. So that's why we are setting this compound index here. This is a compound index. We are setting an index for two fields. Now, indexes also are used to make your queries run faster. You use indexes also to make your query run faster. And this is something that we don't use often, but we use it when we see that there's a particular field in our schema that users can query for that field often. So in that case now, you can use an index, because normally before a query is run, a query will run through all the documents of that query. It will run through all the documents in that particular collection before it looks for what it's looking for, what it's searching for. And with a query, when you define a query, an index, surely when you define an index, that query do not have to run through all the documents of that collection. It will go specifically. It will go to the specific location where that index is pointing the query to. So that's another use for index. I just wanted to explain that to you. So with this, we are done with the reviews. Now we are done. We are not actually done with the reviews here. We want to set. If you come and look, let's check our product module. Control P. It's a product module here. If you look at our product module, we have two properties here, which are our ratings average and ratings quantity. We want that when we create a new review, we want to update these two fields, the ratings average and the ratings quantity. The ratings average is a number and the ratings quantity is also a number. We are setting the default here to 0, and we are setting the default here to 4.5. So let's go and see how we can do that. So let's come to review module here. We are going to do that in the review module here, and yes, we'll do that in the review module. Let's say review module review schema, review schema dot static. Yes, we are using the static method to calculate this. The static, because we want to work on the module itself. We want to call this method on the module itself. So we say calculate average rating. This is the method's name. Calculate average rating. This is going to be an asynchronous method. So it's going to be an asynchronous function, and it's going to take a product ID which we are going to be reviewing for. Now, this is something new we are going to introduce here. We're going to talk about something new here, and I don't think I've talked about it. We are going to use an aggregation pipeline, the MongoDB aggregation pipeline. Aggregation pipeline is just as steps which we can define on the MongoDB schema that our data can pass through. We can filter our data through those steps, and we have an end result for our data, which is usually an array. So let me just show you. It's a const. Let's call this statistics. Yes, statistics. This is going to be await this dot aggregate, this dot aggregate. Now, the first step we are going to use in this aggregation pipeline is the match step, and going to be the match step. And what the match step does? The match step is simply looks for your collection and match whatever whatever command which you put here. So what here we want here is we want the product. We want to match all the reviews where the product is equal to the product ID which we are receiving from this function here. And we know that the product here is actually a product ID. This is it here. See, it's actually a product ID. So after the match stage, we can put another stage here. Let's put the group stage. This group stage, we want to group after we have matched all our items. We want to group them by their ID. Group them by ID, and we'll say product. We'll group them by the ID, yes, of this product. Now we can define on this stage now. Let me see. Yes, okay. Await aggregate match group We're having a problem here. Yes, I think here we need to move this out of here. Control X. We need to remove this. Oh, what is this? Okay, paste it here. Okay, this has to be so. So we are grouping by the ID. We are grouping by ID, and we can define a new property here. And let's just say ratings, number of ratings, number rating, and we say this will call another MongoDB operator here. Call it sum. Let's set the sum to 1. This sum is to 1 here. It will just sum all the ratings. Yes, it's going to sum all the ratings for us, and MongoDB will know how to do that. So let's say average rating, and we set this here to avg. The average rating, this average operator is used by MongoDB. So the average rating here, let's just set it to the ratings. This ratings field here is going to calculate it's going to calculate all the averages of this rating. Where's the rating? Yes, for this rating here, whatever rating which we give here. So let's say rating. Yes. So okay, so this is how we are going to group all of the items when we create a new review. So calling stats. So now at this point, this stats here is going to be an array. So we can come here and check if statistics dot length is greater than 0, then we want to await product. We'll go to the product model and take our products from there. This is it. We have imported it from here. We say product dot find by ID and update. Product dot find by ID and update. We want to update those fields. We want to update the 2 fields. So find by ID and update. What will pass here? The product ID. And what fields are we updating? We are updating the ratings. Let's say rating quantity. I hope this is what we had with statistics. Let's take whatever the first array of the statistics, because here is going to this statistic is an array, but we just want the first one because it's always going to be the first. Yes, so we just take the first dot, we call our let me see, we call our number ratings here. Let's call number ratings. Then the next is going to be ratings average. Ratings average, say statistics dot average ratings. So that is if the statistics the length is greater than 0. Else, if the statistic the length is not greater than 0, we just copy this and we set the values to the default. Here was 0 and here was 4.5. 4.5. Let's check if these properties are correct. We have ratings quantity and ratings average. Where is it? Ratings quantity, ratings average, and ratings quantity. Okay, I think with this 4.5. With this now, we are done with this method, calculate average ratings. We have to call this calculate average rating method. Yes, we have to call it. And for us, since this is a static method, we need to call it on the module itself. We need to call it on the module itself. So what we will do is, let's come here. First of all, let's remove this to the top. Let's cut this and place it up here. Okay, the index should be up here. And now let's come here. We say review schema dot. We are going to use here hook. This is going to be the post hook. Going to use the post hook. The method is going to be save. Post save. There's a function. Oh, there's a function. Now here we say this dot. Now here we cannot say this dot calculate average rating. No, we cannot say that because this average, this method is not going to be available on this keyword, because this keyword is pointing to the instance of this object here, this review schema. But we don't want to call it. This method is not defined on an. We cannot call this method on an instance. We can only call it on the module itself. So in that case, we're going to call the constructor of this review schema. We're going to call the constructor of this review schema, and on that constructor, we can now call this calculate method. Constructor dot calculate average ratings. Now it's expecting a product ID. Now we can say this dot product. So this is it. It's done. We just call the method here. Now there's something I want to show you. Before we call that method, let's just all of this. Let's comment out all of this. Yes, and we console.log. We log this statistics. Let me show you, so that this whatever we did here, it should become clear to you. So it's console.log. Let's say statistics. Yes. Let's go to insomnia. Okay, and insomnia here we can just say awesome. Yes, let's send this. The constructor.calculate is not a function. Okay, this constructor.calculate average rating is not a function. Well, that means we are doing something wrong. If we come here, let's say, okay, this is supposed to be statics, not statics. So let's check again. Average ratings. Okay, this is supposed to be in a string. Okay, with this, let's go and try. Let's try again. Okay, let's try. Let's send. Yes, we created a review. The rating is 5. Awesome. Let's check in our database. Fetch 4. That means we created 2 times. Awesome. We have the review here. Now, okay, this is what I wanted to see. Let's come here. You see, it's an array. It's always going to be 1. The average rating is 4, and the number ratings is 4, while the average rating is 5. So, see, that's the result of this aggregation, because we set the average rating. We gave a ratings of If you come here, you see, we get here a ratings of, sorry, where is it? Okay, if you see here, we give a rating of 5. Here, we give a rating of 5. So, since our query ran twice, if you come to our code, here you see that, okay, here you see that average rating was 5 and the number rating is 4. We have given 4 reviews for this particular product. This is the ID of this review. So we have given 4 reviews for this particular product. I mean, this is the ID of the product because we set the ID to be the ID of the product. Come and say this is it here at the group stage here. Product should be the ID of the product. So if you check here, you see this is the ID 69EB. This is it here. Or is it? Let's go to Insomnia 69EB. So it's the ID of the product. So you see, number ratings is 4 and average ratings was 5. So we are successfully giving a ratings, average ratings to this user. So with that now, you see the reason why we are taking only one object, because it's always going to be one object. Yes, it's always going to be the first object in the array. That's why we are using 0 here. In this, we are indexing this to 0. Now let's uncomment this and write another review. It looks as if our index is not yet working. This index here, it used to stay, it will stay for some times before it kicks in. This index here, it might not work immediately, but definitely it's going to work. Yes. So if it doesn't work immediately for you, just be calm. It will work later on. Like probably it will even take a day sometimes. Yes. So let's try now to see if these values, our average rating and number ratings values, will be changed in the product. So let's send. Okay, we have another review. Awesome. Let's go now to our database. Let's refresh. We'll see if the fifth one is this. That means we have 5 reviews. Let's go now to product. This is the product. Look at the average rating. The average rating is 5 and the ratings quantity is 5. There are 5 ratings for this product. But if you look at this other product, average rating is 4.5 and ratings is 0. So you see that what we did in that aggregation pipeline, it's working perfectly. Yes, here. So if you want to look at what these operators means, you can go to MongoDB website, yes, and check at them. The MongoDB aggregation pipeline. It's not that difficult. It's just you just look at what the operators here do. So with that, I think we have completed this session. We have completed this session. Now, like as I told you, don't worry about this index. It's going to kick in. Yes, I'll show you. It's going to kick in soon. Hello there. Let's continue building this application. Now, we are going to write the likes controller. And we're going to begin from the module. Let's say like module.js. Now, I decided there is another approach we could have used here with this like. We could have embedded the likes into the user module. Let's say user module. Yes, we could have embedded the likes into the user module here. But the thing here is we do not know actually how long this like array is going to grow. So because MongoDB actually has a limit in size. So when the array grows too much, we can exceed that limit, which is 16 megabytes for each JSON document. Yes, so that is the limit. And that is the reason why I chose to create a new module for the likes. So let's go and implement the like features here. We'll start here from the module. Like we already created a module file here. Let's just copy the order route. Let's copy everything here. Control C, and we come to the like module. We paste here. We just change. Oh, this is a route. Sorry. Control A. Let's come to order here. Let's copy, Control C. Let's go to the like, and we paste, Control V. Now here we just have to change Control Z, everything that says order we change to like. This here have to be capital like. This here have to be, I just like to put this likes we are exporting as a capital letter. Now okay, we are going to delete all of this. We don't need thing from this. Let's delete. Okay, this is going to be a product required true, and this here is going to be, here we're going to have user, here it's going to be user. So we have like. Yes, I think we are done here. Now let's go to the like controller. Let's go to the like controller. Let's go and write the like controller in the file, like controller.js. Here we just copy the review controller, Control A, Control C, and we come to the like controller and we paste it here. Change a few things. Now because we are expecting the product and the user, we're just going to allow it like this. Instead of a review, here we'll say like. We're going to say here like. Here instead of exporting review, here we want to export like from like module. Yes. So review, instead of review.create, we want to say like dot create, and here we're going to have like. In fact, we don't need to have like here, we just need to write a message. Just say message product liked. So okay, I think with this let's see yes, I think with this we are good to go. We can leave. Yes, because when we are creating a like, it's actually a 201 we are creating. Yeah. Okay, now let's go and try to unlike the user. Instead of create review here, we say like user. Control C, and now we are going to unlike the user. Say unlike a user. This we're going to say unlike. It's the same thing. Now when we are unliking the user, we just want to delete the user from the database. Yes, we want to delete the user from the database. So we can come here and say await, comma, like. Oh, let me say await like find by ID and delete. And what's going to be the ID? ID is going to come from request.user.id. Request.user. Oh, no, this we're not going to use find by ID and delete. Sorry guys, we're not going to use find by ID and delete, because if we're going to use find by ID and delete, we're going to be finding we're going to find the ID of the like resource which we just created. Yes, but we do not want that, so we will say like dot, say find one instead. Say find one and delete. Here now we can pass a filter that will be used to delete the like which we want. So here we can say user is going to come from request.user.id. So here we don't want to do it like this. We just want to say const user product, and here we want to say const user. Now we can say user and product. So we want to delete the like that is linked to this product and to this user, the user who gave this like. So product on like. So that is it. We just find the product and we unlike the product using the two parameters that we used to create the product. So the next is we can get likes of a user. We can get the likes of a user. Get, so we need to delete this. Get user likes, get user likes, and this is going to be get user likes. Now here, instead of like, say like dot find is going to be an array, so we just need to pass a filter in here, and I want to pass the like that belong to the currently logged in user. So here we just say user dot request dot user dot, oh, what am I writing here? User, yes, request dot user dot id is a currently logged in user here. So here we can just say and remove all of this, and can just set a miss. Oh, so const likes, and you pass all the likes here. Yes, because I think with this we are done with this like, controller here. Let's go to the route. Let's go to the like route. Let's create a route for the like. So let's create a route for the like. Let's say new file, and we say like route.js. I'll copy other routes, go to like routes, Ctrl V here. Instead of order, we just say like controller. Here, this is going to be get likes, going to be like, this is going to be unlike. Now this is going to be post, and we say here like, here just let it be like this, and here we say unlike, and this is going to be a post, and here we say unlike, And here, sorry, we are passing the like ID here, so we need to say ID here, and we also need to say ID here on like ID, yes, like this. And here also we need get. No, here we don't need it because we are getting the like from the currently logged in user, so we don't need the product we don't need the product ID here. So let's say get user likes. So I think with this we are done. Okay, here we have product ID, guys. This is product ID in the params, not ID, product ID. So come back to the like here and we say product ID. It's going to be product ID, and the same here, product ID. So with these changes now, we can come to our app here, and let's duplicate this review and we call it should like routes, and we come down here and we duplicate this too. This is going to be like routes. Okay, now let's go to Insomnia and test what we just did. Let's just duplicate this here, say like. Let's use this product because you remember this is a product ID here, so you can just change this request. Let's just rename and we say like, and here we don't need to pass anything. You can just like this product using this currently logged in user. Yes, like this product, successful. Oh, we created a review without passing anything. So we instead created with a review, because here we need to change this to like. Yes, and now yes. Okay, product liked. Let's duplicate this. Instead of like, we say on like, and here we pass on like, and let's send. Route you are trying to access is not defined. So let's see. Let's come to our like route here. This is supposed to be E on like, and we pass a product. Let's go back to Insomnia and see. Let's send like slash on like slash a product ID. There's a slash we are omitting here. Okay, successfully connected. Let's go back to Insomnia. Let's send now. Yes, product on light. Now let's get all the light products. Let's delete this request, we don't need it. Let's rename this here to get user likes. Yeah, we say like, and we send. It's giving us an empty string because we created the like and we created the like and we unlike the product back. So let's go and like it again. Let's like. Yes, let's go and get user like. Send. Yes, we have one like. Let's like another product. Let's go to our database here. Let's check this Samsung S23. Let's copy, Control C. Let's come here. Let's come to like and just paste it here. Send. Product liked. Let's like another one again so that you see that we have 3 like products. Control C. Control V, send product like. Okay, let's get all the users liked. So you see we have 3 likes here now. So the like and unlike feature is actually working. Let's unlike one again. Product unliked. Let's get back the likes. We're having 2. So it's okay. Now we are done with the likes. Yes, guys, before we build other resources or other endpoints, there is one thing. We are not done with the like yet. Yes, we created the endpoints, but what I want to do is, and we are getting our like, everything is fine. But now, this is what I want to do. I want us to query. I don't want us to query the likes independently. I want that when we get a user, we also get the likes together in the user object. We get the likes in the user object. Yes, I know what you must be thinking. That's the reason you must be thinking that why am I getting the likes together with the user? Is it not going to exceed the limit of the BSON data limit? No. The thing here is we are going to use a trick or a trick or a technique in Mongoose called virtual populate. So we are going to populate the field. We are going to populate this like field on the user controller or on the user endpoint virtually. That means virtual simply means, from the word virtual, you can understand that it's like it's not existing. Yes. So no matter how big that array is going to grow, it's not going to affect the user's module. It's not going to affect the user module because we are not actually embedding the likes into the user. Yes, we are just populating the likes on top of the user. So let's go and see how we can do that. So if we go to the user module here, we are going to create a virtual property here. So we say virtual. No, before saying virtual, we say user schema dot virtual. You see here, it takes a name. We're going to give that this virtual property a name, and we're going to say likes, and it takes objects. Now the first object we're going to use here is the reference field, and it's going to reference our like. It's going to reference our like module. Now the second foreign field. The foreign field here is the field. The foreign field here is the field which this user module is called in the like module. And what is this user module called in the like module? It's simply user. That's the foreign field, user. The field which this user module is called in the like module. Let's come to the like module and see this user, right? This is a user module, so it's called user. So let's go back to the user module here, and the foreign field is going to be user, while the like field, the local field is simply going to be the ID of this user module, ID. With this, we are done. That means this is how we just create virtual properties. Now, but before we do that, we need to specify some options here. We need to say to JSON. This is to make sure that these virtual fields actually appear in our output, in our query results. So here we say virtuals, and we set to true. That means when we are querying for JSON data, virtual is going to be true, and to object, when we are querying for objects, virtual is also going to be true. Don't forget to set these two properties here, else you are not going to receive our results. So make sure you set these two properties. Now let's come to okay, I think we are done. We just have to come to our user controller. What is this? Let's go to our user controller, and here where we are getting a single user, yes, we just have to say dot populate, and we want to populate the likes which we just created here. These likes we are using with this virtual name because this is now like a property, but it's never going to be in our database. Therefore, no matter how big this array is going to be, it will not affect our BSON limit. And where can we put this again? Let's go to the auth controller, control P or auth, because when we are loading a user, yes, here to load a user, we just have to say dot populate. I want to populate the likes. So let's go and try now to see. Let's go and try. If you come here now, let's say, oh no, let's come to user. Okay, we are getting a single user here. Let's send. Yes, you see, we have our likes here for this user. We have the login user, right? Yes, you can get their likes by putting the ID here. So here we have all the likes of this login user. You can come now to, let's check for to load a user. Let's send. Yes, and we also have the likes here. So with that, we are done with the likes. Yes, we are done with the likes. And now there is another thing which I wanted to show you. We talked about it, but we didn't actually do anything or really talk detailedly about it. So let's go to our product module. Is it product module or user module? Let me see. Product module. Control P. Let's go to product module. Now the way we are, let me see, product module. Let's go to images. Is it images? Yes, images here. We are having the string, the ID, which is going to be a string, and we are having the public ID also, which is going to be a string, and a URL, which is the actual image. This public ID, this is how Cloudinary identify this document. That's why we put it here, Cloudinary, because we are uploading our image to Cloudinary. But our upload does not take place in the back end here. Our upload takes place only in the front end, and we are just storing by the string here in this image property. We're just storing by the string of whatever we received from Cloudinary in this images property here. So what we can do is that we are going to remove this two. We're going to remove this actually all together, and we just put an array of strings here, because when we want to delete a Cloudinary image, we will send this public ID. So we don't need it here. We don't need the public ID here, because on the front end, when we want to delete an image that we've uploaded, we can send it along with the public ID. So let's just remove this. Let's remove this. Let's remove all of this. Please, you should do this also. And instead of an array of object, let's just say an array of strings. It's going to be an array of strings. Yes, I think that is the changes I wanted to do before we go and implement the other endpoint. I think what is left now is conversation and messages. Yes, we're going to write the endpoints of conversation and messages, and I think we'll be done for the backend, at least for the moment. Hello, let's continue building. And now we are going to be building a controller module. So there's a KW to clean all of this up there. We come to our modules folder, create a new file. Here we say controller. No, here we say conversation module.js. Here, let's just copy the like module here. Control A. C. Go to conversation module. I will paste it here. Now instead of like, let's say conversation. Control D. I will say conversation. Let's say conversation, and here we'll just say C. Yeah, it's going to be C. Okay, we have conversation, and a conversation should have members. Conversation should have members. And how are we going to write these members? Let's say members, and this members is going to be an array, and it's going to be an array of objects. So here we can put the first object to be user. Let's just copy this, copy from here. It's going to be a user. As the first object, it's going to be user, and the second is still going to be a user, because actually you'll be talking with users. So either the first one is going to be a seller or is going to be the user. Second one is going to be either the user or the seller. So it's just going to be the same thing here. Control V. and we have an error. So here we need to cut this, get rid of this, and let me see. Okay, I think it's okay like this. Oh, better still, we could just leave it to 1. It's okay like this. Yes, it's going to be an array of user like this. Yes, and conversation can also have last. It's going to have a last message, which is going to be a string, and last message ID, which is going to be a string also. And we are going to put some options here for timestamp. Do not forget that one. I'll set it true. Okay, these are the only properties we're going to have in this conversation module. So now let's go to the conversation controller and create it. New file. I'll say conversation controller controller.js. Conversation controller.js. Here, let's go to likes and just copy some. Where's the like controller? Yes, let's just copy. Control A, Control C. We come to conversation controller here and paste Control V. Okay, let's see. Let's hide this down here. And let's delete all of this. Let's delete all of this. And we are left. Let's delete this. Okay, and we are left only with this. Instead of likes here, we're going to say create conversation, create conversation here. So like user, say create conversation. Okay, now the first thing we have to do is we need to get some properties from the request body. We need to get the seller ID and seconds. We need to get the seller ID and the user ID from the request body. So let's say seller ID and user ID. Get these two properties from the request body. Request.body. Now, before creating a conversation, because we're going to be clicking on a button before creating a conversation, which is going to be user button, the first thing we need to do is we need to first check if that conversation is available. We need to first check if that conversation is available. And to do that, we need to go to the database and look for it. So we say await conversation in conversation module. Yes, let's remove this like on here. Yes, await conversation in conversation modules dot find one, because we're getting only one. That means we need to pass in here a filter that would filter our conversation and find the one that we want. So, and we are going to filter them by the members. Here we're going to use a MongoDB operator called all, and we're going to find where seller ID is equals to user dot ID. So what is this all operator here? Now it's simply checking in this array. It's simply checking in the members in the database, in the conversation, or checking all the conversation in the database. It's checking to see if in this members array there's going to be an array that contains this seller ID and this user ID. So that is how we find these users here. That's how we find the conversation here. So we just say const conversation is equals to await. Yes. Now, since we have the conversation now, we need to check if there's a conversation. If there's actually a conversation. If there's a conversation, we just want to say response.status .json, and we say success to true, and we pass in the conversation here if there is a conversation. But else, if there is no conversation, we have to do some work. Okay, we say await. If there's no conversation, yes, we say await conversation. No, we say await conversation dot create. And what is our create method asking for us? It's asking for members. And what is our members going to be? It's going to be the seller ID and the user ID. The seller ID and the user ID, which we are taking from the request body. So that's the only property we need here in order to create the conversation. So with that now, we can come here and we say conversation is equal to this. Now here we are storing conversation here as a constant. So let's just say let, because if it's a constant, it's going to throw an error because we can only modify a constant within a particular scope. But here, so let's come and try to see if this works. But before we try, let's send this response in this else block. Let's move this response here, put it in the else block here. Now we say 201, which is created, and this was 2. Yes. Here now we just have to send conversation. This has to say conversation. Okay. Yes. I think with these changes we are able to create conversation. Yes, this is how we create a conversation here. Now, the next thing we are going to do is we're going to be able to get all users' conversation. So Ctrl C, I want to be able to get all users' conversation. Instead of create here, say get users, get user conversations. Instead of create here, say get users conversations. Here we're going to look, we're going to check here if, since we are looking for many conversation, we're still going to use the find method, but not find one. We're going to use the find method, but not find one. Just use find here, because find here is going to return us what? Many, an array. Actually, it's going to return us an array. And now here we are not going to use this or operator. We are going to use in operator. So in operator is like you check if the user ID, and in this here we are going to be checking, since this is an array, we are going to check if members you see, we are going to check if these members contain if this members contains a user ID, and the user ID here is going to come from, we'll remove this because it's going to come from our request body, which is going to be it's going to come from our currently logged in user here. So we're going to check if this member, you remember that this member is an array. It's an array that contains either the seller or the logged in user. Now we want to get the conversations of this logged in user. So to find the conversation of this logged in user, we'll go to the database and look for all the conversations that this user belongs to by just looking in this member field. So we are checking, we'll go into the member field and check if the currently logged in user is in this members field. If the currently logged in user is in the member field, therefore the member is part of that conversation. Then we can retrieve now that conversation as a member's conversation. Yes. So here we just say request. It's going to come from request.user because it's a currently logged in user.id. Please understand it here. This in operator is a MongoDB operator that checks if this user ID is in this membership array. That is it. If this user ID is in this membership array. So with this now, we can sort now this. I said dot sort, because when we are getting the conversations, we want to sort these conversations by the the by the time which the conversation was created and the time which the conversation was updated. Yes. So that whenever a user sends a message, the latest message is going to be on top. The latest conversation is going to be the last conversation of the user. Yes. So now we can just say want to this by updated at. I want to sort by updated at and created at. Updated at is an object. It's going to take 1. That means we want to sort them by the time in which they were created, starting from the latest, and the time in which they were updated, starting from the latest field. So this is going to be -1, 2. So created at and updated at. Please don't forget at here. Created at and updated at. Yes, we'll sort by these 2 fields here. And remember, these 2 fields are coming as a result of this timestamp here. I already told you that. So we are just sorting by those 2 fields. And that we want to populate. And the next thing we're going to do here is we want to populate the members, because we're going to need some things in this members field here. So we're going to populate members. We're going to populate members, and what we will be populating in these members, we're not just going to give all the users details. We're just going to give the user's name, the store name, and their photo. These are the 2 things we're going to be giving out: the name, the store name, and their photo. Yes. And last, we just send the response. Instead of let here, we say const conversations here. Let's remove this out here, and now we can just delete this. Response.status conversations is going to be 200. Okay, so this is how we get the users conversations. Next, we are going to get a conversation. We're going to get a particular conversation. Like only one conversation. So here you can say get current conversation. Here, just say get current conversation. Now, when you are getting the conversation, you can just find by ID, because it's just one, and we can use the ID of the conversations that we created. So find by ID, and here you're going to pass in the ID, not an object. So we're just going to get the ID from request dot parameter params request dot params dot ID. Yes, and we don't need to sort it here. We don't need to sort anything, but we need to populate the member with the name, photo, store name, and we need number of products. So we call that field num products. So I think with this we can say we can send the conversation here. True, I'll send the conversation. Okay, this we are done. We are done getting the conversations here. This current conversation. Okay, let's now go to our route. Let's go to the route and create a new file and call it conversation route.js. Okay, in the conversation routes, let's copy the like route and paste in the conversation route. Control V. Here now we just have to say is the conversation, and here we're just going to be create conversation, get current conversations, and it's going to be get users conversation. And to create a conversation here, just going to say this dot create conversation, and to get current conversation we're going to say this is going to be conversation ID, conversation Oh, we just called it ID, so let's just say ID, and we say current get current conversation, and here just this is going to be a get. Here is get users conversations. Okay, so this, I think we are done here. Let's go to our app. We duplicate this. Let's duplicate this line instead of routes, instead of like routes, sorry. Here you can see conversation routes dot conversation routes. Okay, now we come down here and we duplicate this line and we say conversation routes. Yeah, say conversation conversation see here, conversation routes, conversation routes. Okay, I think conversation is done. Let's go and see. Before, let's check if yes, everything is good here. Let's go here now and see if it works. Let's create a conversation between two users. But first, before we do that, let's duplicate this like here. Let's duplicate this like folder and we call it conversations. Call it conversations. Here it's going to be a post. Let's duplicate consecrate create conversation. Here we are expecting user ID and seller ID. And let me see here, this is going to be conversation. Okay, let's come here. We can set, okay, no, let's just quit. Let's see the currently logged in user here, please. Let's see the currently logged in user. The currently logged in user here is, let's come to auth login. Okay, is Lisa. So currently logged in user is Lisa. So we can load, let's come to load user here and we get their ID from here. So let's come back here to create, and this is going to be the user. Yes, because this is a currently logged in user. And the seller, let's take a seller from the database here. Who owns product here? Let's see. Users. I think this user, this admin here, owns product. Remember, we are going to change this data. We can now come here and we set the seller here. Control V. And let's send the request and see. Yes, it was created. This member and this, you see, this member was created successfully. Now let's try to get members belonging, conversations belonging to this currently logged in user. Well, let's create another conversation. Actually, let's create another conversation using another user. This is Lisa. You cannot create a conversation for her again. Let's create this user here is disabled, and here, okay, let's take this user. Let's take this user, come here, and this here is going to be the seller. Control V, and we send. Another conversation is created. Now let's get the conversations for this particular user, for this logged in user. So we can come here, we change this request here to a get, and here there's a conversations. So we just have to rename this, get users conversations. Okay, get users conversations. We need the logged in user, which is going to come from the user on the request object. So I don't think we have to pass anything in getting the user's conversation. So it's just here, it's a get. We don't need to pass anything here. So let's just send. Yes, and you see we have a user's conversation here, and look at the members field here. Each member now has the name, their photo, their store name, the name, the photo, the store name. You see, this is the seller and this is the user. Here again is the seller, Quentin, and this is still the user here. These are all our conversations. You see the fields we populated. These are them here. So that one is working. Let's finish with this. Here it's going to be conversation, and okay. Here we rename get current conversation. Get current conversation, and here we need to pass an ID here, an ID of a conversation, and let's just pick one conversation here. Control C. Oh, and we come here, current conversation, and we pass the ID here. Let's send. Yes, see, we have the current conversation here. Now we're having the current conversation with this additional field, number of product 0. See, number of product here 0. Going to have 0 product, and these are have here 0 product. We are sending the number of product when we are getting the current user, because we're going to need it. Yes. So with that, everything here is done. Let's delete this. Okay, our conversations is done. Now let's go and create our messages. Let's go and create now our messages. Hello there. Let's continue writing this application, and now we are going to be writing the endpoint of messages to get and create our messages. Now, but to do that, let's come to our module. We'll start from the module as usual. Create a new file. We'll say message module.js. Now we just come to conversation module here. Control A, Control C, and we paste it here. We're just going to make some changes here. Instead of conversation here, we're going to have message here. So now we can safely delete this and put the properties and put the fields for this module. And the first thing we are going to put here is the conversation ID to track the conversation ID. This is to track the messages belonging to this particular conversation. I'm going to send the sender ID, which is also going to be a string. We're going to need images, which is string, and we're going to need also text, which is going to be a string. Everything here is a string. So we have conversation ID, sender ID, images, and let me just say image, and text. Okay, I think with this we are good to go. We are done with the module. Let's come to the controller, create a new file, and you call it message controller.js. Here, let's copy Control A, Control C, come to message and paste. Control B. Now let's get rid of all of this, and let's get rid of this. Yes. Oh, get rid of this. Okay. Here we're going to say create message, and here let's say create message, and first Control C. First create the message. We're just going to say const message await message. It's here. You can delete this. It's a message dot create, and we pass our request dot body. Everything we receive from the body, we'll just pass it in to that method. Now we can say const. Let's get our conversation. Conversation equals to await conversation. Oh, conversation dot. We want to find by ID. You want to find this conversation by ID. Find by ID. And remember that our body is expecting a conversation ID. So we say request. Let's say request dot body dot conversation ID. Yes, our body is expecting that. Is it here? Conversation ID. So we come here and we check if we don't have a conversation ID. If we don't have a conversation, if we don't have a conversation here, sorry, we just want to return the new app error, and we say the message is going to be you cannot write to this channel, or you can say we cannot, yes, you cannot write to this channel. You cannot write to this channel, and we give a bad request as the status code. Now if there is a conversation, we can set conversation dot last message to be equal to message, the message which we created here already, because if you call create here, it's going to create the message in the database already. That means the message here is going to have dot, it's going to have the text property. Yes, it's going to have text, and we set conversation dot last message ID. Last message ID is going to be a request dot body dot sender ID. Yeah, last message ID is going to be the request dot body dot the sender ID. Now we just, since we have done changes to the conversation module, we just need to call conversation dot save to propagate the changes to the database. And this is an, we are doing an, we are writing, we are validating against our database, so we need to await the changes here. And now we can just send our response. This is going to be message instead of conversation. So this is how we create a message. Control save. Now we can duplicate this and write a handler and write an endpoint to get a message. Control C. Here now it's going to be get message. This is going to be for a conversation. This message is for a particular conversation. So for that we don't need all of this. Let's copy it up here, and we say message dot find, and we want to find in a case where the conversation ID is equal to, where are we going to get this conversation ID from? We're going to get it from our query parameter. So request the params dot, let's just say ID. At this point, we know that is the conversation ID. So messages, and here messages. Okay, and this we are done here. Now let's get to our route. Let's go to our route. Where's route? This controller, this module, and this route here. Let's create a new file and we call it message route.js. Here, let's come to conversation route, Control A, we copy, come to message route, and we paste. Here, we need to just change this to /message, and here now, we can say create message, and we have a problem here in this message. Instead of get create message, here we say get messages. Come back to message route here. Let's say get messages. We don't need this. Here with the ID. Here say get messages, and here say create message. Control B. Let's go to app here. Let's duplicate this. Control D, and we say message route. Down here, let's duplicate this last endpoint, and we say message. Here, message route. With this, we are done implementing this endpoint. We can now come and test. Let's duplicate this, and we call this messages. Let's create, and here let's rename the create message, and here let's rename to get user messages. Rename, and here we delete this. Okay. In order to create a message, what did we need? We need to pass the conversation ID. We need to pass the conversation ID with the message. If we have an image, we pass the image. If not, we let image be null. So here we're going to need, this is going to be message, and here it's going to be message. Don't forget that. And message dot conversation ID. Here say conversation ID is equals to, and going to have text. So hello, and the sender ID. Sender ID is going to be anything here. Yes, I think this is all we need. Let's check. Let's come to our code. Message model here. We have, yes, conversation ID, sender ID, and images. Okay, now let's go to our database and get conversation. Let's say this conversation with, yes, let's say this conversation here. Let's get this conversation. Let's come here. We paste the conversation here. Control V. Text is hello. The sender ID. Sender ID is a currently logged in user. So let's come to the auth. Let's load the currently logged in user here and get the ID from here. So let's go back up here, create the message, and the sender ID here. Bam. Okay, you see, we'll send this message, the sender ID. Yes, let's send. To this conversation. Okay, let's send. Yes, we have it. This is it here. So, hello, sender ID conversation created on this date. Say, how are you? Okay, if we go to this conversation, let's retrieve these conversations here. Let's get conversations by simply taking this conversation ID. See, come here. Let's get the messages of this conversation. Send. Yes, messages is still hello, how are you? So, and we can write, let's make an instance where the other user writes a message to this conversation. Yes, let's say, but we are not logged in as that other user. But let's just, it's okay like this. Let's leave it like this. Everything's okay. It's fine. It's going to work fine in the front end. So with this now, we are done with the message. We are done with messages here. Yes. So before we finish this section, there are a couple of things which we still need to do, and I want us to finish it in this section. Let's just write all the code now and finish the back end. Yes. So now we have to write our payment route. Yes. That means we're going to be using Stripe. So let's come here and install Stripe. Let's split the terminal here and cd to the back end. Cd back end. I will say npm what is this? npm install. The first is going to be Stripe and Cloudinary. I'm going to install these two things because we're going to be deleting the Cloudinary images from the backend. Let's wait for them to install. We can pause the video and come back when they finish installing. Actually, there's an error. Let me see what gives this error. Let's install them one by one. npm cl, let's say clear, npm install Stripe. Okay, Stripe was installed. Now we say npm install Cloudinary. Let's wait for it just a little bit. Okay, Cloudinary was installed also. Now let's kill this terminal, bring it down, and check our package.json. Control P, package.json. Okay, we have Cloudinary here, and we have Stripe here. Good. Now we need to create endpoints for payment, and with payment we are not going to need a module for that. So let's just go to the controller here. First, let's say KW. Let's just go straight into the controller here. This is a module, and we have controller here. Let's create a new file, and we say payment controller.js. Payment controller.js should be. Now we can say const cache async, const catch async. Going to require it from utils.catch async. Now we're going to also require Stripe, but let's put it at the top here. So const Stripe is going to come from require Stripe. Yes, and here we just initialize the Stripe here with our environment variable with the Stripe secret key. Just this process. We don't have this key, but we'll go and take it from Stripe dashboard. Process.env. let's call this Stripe key. Stripe, key. Okay, we have Stripe and the Stripe key there. When we go to the Stripe dashboard, we're going to get this key from there, so don't worry about it now. Here we can now come and export process. There's a process payment, catch a sync. It's going to be sync request response next, and now here you see cons payment. It's going to be await Stripe dot, it has a method called payment intent. Here we are creating a payment intent. This a payment intent, we're going to use it in order to process our payment on Stripe. So we need to declare our intention to make a payment. So it's a payment intent dot create. Here it's amount. It starts from properties. Amount is going to go from request dot body dot amount. Currency is going to be USD, and let's just put some metadata here. Metadata, let's just put a company name. So company is going to be brokang YouTube. Okay, so this is our payment. Stripe payment intent create. Okay, this is correct. If you read Stripe documentation, you see how to create a payment intent. It's just these properties here. We need the currency and the amount which we are going to use in order to pay. Now we just have to send a response. Say response.status. It's going to be 201, which means creation of a payment intent, JSON. Success. It's going to be true, and we are going to need something on the client called the client secret. This is how Stripe is going to identify this payment intent. So it's going to come from payment dot client secret. So with this, our payment is done. We have created our payment. Now let's create a route for this payment. So we can come here. Let's create a route for this payment. It's a new file. It's payment route.js. Here, let's copy message route here. Control A. Copy message route. Come to payment routes here. Just paste it here. Just say payment controller. You have to be authenticated, and it's going to be a post request. We don't need this. So process payment, and here you just have to say process payment. Now with this we are done, and there's one thing with this. Here we are not going to test this because we do not yet have everything in place in order to test this route, like our order items and all of that. We do not have it, fully at this point, so it's difficult to test with Insomnia now. So we'll leave the testing of this for later when we actually reach the point on the front end. So here we can just go now to, let's go to our app and hook it up with these other endpoints here. Let's call it payment route. Come down here and we say payment. This is going to be payment route. So with this, we are finished with the payment route. Like I said, we are not going to test this for now, but we'll test it later. Okay, that one is done. Now there is something I talked about, like deleting our images from Cloudinary. Yes, we are going now to delete. We're going to delete our images from Cloudinary, and in order for us to do that, we'll come to, let's say, Control P. Let's go to our product controller. We'll do that in the product controller here, updating many products, and here we're going to say, let's copy. Let's copy. Control V. Here, instead of update many products, we're going to say delete image from Cloudinary. Delete image from Cloudinary. Here, say delete image. The request body, we are going to take in our public ID. This is what we need to send from the request body, public ID. And here, let's say the message here is going to be image deleted successfully. Image deleted successfully. And here we don't need to look over anything. Here we are going to call Cloudinary. I'm going to say so here we are going to first of all before coming here, let's get our Cloudinary from here. I'm going to say const Cloudinary, say const Cloudinary, require it. It's going to come from Cloudinary, sorry, Cloudinary. So here now we can say cloudinary.config. We're going to use it only in this file, so there's no need for us to store it, to put it in the utils folder. So we say cloudinary.v2, but we just need to call the v2 here. This is for version 2. Yes, and now we can here say cloudinary.config. Want to configure the configuration options here. Configuration options here, we're going to have our API key, which is going to come from process.env. Let's say Cloudinary API key. The next is going to be our API secret. Our API secret is going to come from process.cloudinary.api secret. So let's copy this here and we'll paste it here. Instead of key here, say API secret. Okay. And the last is going to be the cloud name. We are going to send all of this to the .env file, so don't worry. The last is going to be process.env.cloudinary. Let's say Cloudinary name. Let's just give it like this. We have done something here. Okay, so here we are configuring Cloudinary like this. Okay, now we can come here, down here, and we say Cloudinary comma dot. It has a method called uploader. Actually, it's a property uploader dot destroy. This destroy method is going to delete that image. Now we just need to pass our public ID into this method here. So that is all you need to delete. Yes. And since we are awaiting here, let's say we just have to here, let's await this, because this returns a promise. This is it, so we have to await it here. Okay, I think with this we are done deleting an image from Cloudinary. This is how you do it. Okay, so we can now just come to our and add this endpoint let's come and add this endpoint in our product route. So Control P, so product route here. Okay, here we need to say this is going to be this dot post, going to be a post request, and we don't need this. Here we can pass, instead of this we can say delete image. Yes, delete image here, and you are going to be authenticated, and we just get our delete image, post put get. Yes, it's correct. So we don't yet have an image to delete, but we hope this will work when we go to the front end. So we are not going to test this also. So these routes we are not testing, I reserve them for the last. Yes, so that we just do it now and we move forward. Okay, what else did we not do? Okay, we talked something about, let's go to the user, Control P, user module. We talked about address, the address of the user. Where is it? Do we have address here? Yes, we don't have the address field here, and now we are going to put the address. We're going to put an address field here. The format of address, let's think we're going to have address line 1, address line 2, and with some other properties. Here we can put it here. Let's see, we want to put it here. Let's come right down here after the role here. Let's put address, let's say address, and we're going to have address line 1 label. Let's first start with the label. It's going to be string, and we're going to have address 1, it's going to be a string, and address 2 also going to be a string, so going to be a string, and the address type, which is going to be a string also. Address type is going to be a string. Okay, this is how our address is going to look like. We're going to have the address label, address 1, address 2. Address 1 can be your street name and building number. Then address 2 now it can be your city, your province, and your region, all of that. Yes, with your postal code, your home number. So address like 1. Okay, we are done here with the address. Now we can go now to the user controller and create endpoints to add and remove address. Let's go and create the endpoints to add and remove address. So you say Control P, user controller. Okay, we are deactivating the user here. Let's copy this, Control V. Instead of deactivate user, I want to say add address, add in the address here. Say add address. To add the address, we just find by ID and update, and we are finding this user by ID. Here we say request dot params dot user ID. Yes, we can get the user ID from the request parameter. Request the param dot user ID, or better still, we can get the ID from the logged in user. So no need to pass this. And say request dot user dot ID. So if you get the ID, what are we going to be updating now? After we get the ID, we are going to update. We're going to use we're going to push this address, the address which we receive. Let's see, we find one and update. This is the user field. We are finding this from the user. When we get the user, we just want to push whatever we receive as address into this into the address field here. So we're going to use the MongoDB push operator, just like the JavaScript. It works the same as our JavaScript push. So you see pull, push. We're going to push address. See, we have address here. We're going to take request dot body, whatever we have in the body, and we push it to this address field here. So that is it. This is just how we're going to add our address. And yes, that is it. Now we need to add one last thing here, which is going to be our options. Our options, one is to be new to true. That is going to give us the updated. When we set new to true, it gives us the updated user with this email. So we set new to true, and we set run validation to false. We don't want to run any validators. So run validators to false. And now we just have to send back the user down here. Send user. That means here we need to store this in the user object, and we send the user down there. So yes, this is how we add an address. And now we can also remove an address, and I think you already know what we are going to do to remove an address. We're just going to use the pull method. Instead of push here, we're going to use pull. Yes. And what are we going to be pulling? We're going to be pulling the address, and we find the address here, and here now we'll say ID, because this address is going to have an ID field. It's embedded. We are embedding this address in the user module. We are embedding this address in the user module. So this address is its own document. It's another document, but it is embedded in the user module. That's why it's able to have its own ID. So we are going to pull this address from this ID here. So here now we can just say request dot params dot ID. So we are going to get the ID of the address we want to delete from the query parameter. So request dot param dot ID. Now run validation false, new true. Okay, with this, yes, I think we are done. We are done with this. Let's go and add the route endpoints. So user route. User route. Okay, this user route is quite heavy. Now, since those are update, let's just place the route here. Instead of update me, we are going to say this dot address. Let's say add address. Let's just say this dot address slash add address. Yes, like this. And now here we're just going to say add address. Okay, let's come to the user controller. I think instead of removing address here, we still have add. So let's just say remove address, and here we say remove address. Let's come back here. Instead of say address slash remove address slash, we have the address ID. Address that remove address slash the ID. Because if you check here, to remove the address, we are taking the ID from request.query parameter. So instead of just saying ID here, let's say address ID for us to be clear. Here, say address ID. So this is also going to be a put, and we say remove address. Control save. So here we are removing address, we are adding address, deactivate user. Okay, yes, I think with this we are done now. We are finally done. And I think we can test this feature here. Let's go and try to add our address and remove address. Yes, we can test that feature there. So let's go to Insomnia. Let's go to the user route here. Where is user? Yes, we can duplicate this me route, duplicate, update me, say add address, and let's duplicate again, remove address. We click okay, add address and remove address. Now in add address here, we can you can say the label is going to be, let's say this is a home, and address 1 is going to be, let's say, Waddle 808, and address 2, let's just say this is going to be what don't want, yes, and we'll give our apartment number is going to be let's say number 18, and the address type simply going to be home. So this label can be capital letter home. Okay, now we can send update me here. This is going to be address slash add address. Okay, let's see. Okay, the address was created here. You see, address here is an array. The first is home with this is here. We can add another address called office. The label is going to be office, and the type here is going to be office. Let's just change this to something, and let's just change this number to something like this, and we send. Okay, you see, address also. So we have these two addresses here. Now what we can do is we can remove an address. If you look here, I'm not saying the title. I mean the ID of the address. That means we are just sending this address as arrays. We need to embed this address, not sending them just as arrays like this. We need to embed them. That means we are doing something wrong in our module. Let's check that out. Okay, let's come to our user module here. Oh, you see, here we need to wrap this in an array. Yes, with this now we can do the embedding. This is how we embed a collection inside another collection. Now let's come and try. Let's add this one again. So these two, because this is a dummy data, we are going to delete these data. So let's just allow this two. Let's change these figures here. Let's change just these figures here, and change this 36, and we send now. Okay, address is going to be created. Now you see IDs have been attached to the address. You see we have IDs. These are the IDs. Now we can delete. Now we can remove an address by simply typing here, let's say address slash remove address slash the here is to remove address slash remove address, and let's get this duplicate one here. Let's remove this one. Just see, we come here, I will paste it here, Ctrl V. We don't need anything here. I will send. See, only 3 left. Let's delete this duplicate here also. Let's delete this duplicate. I will send. Addresses, only 2 now left. So you see, it's working. Now we are finally complete. We have completed everything we needed to do in this application in the backend. What is left now is only notification when a user posts a new product. Now we are not able to do that now, but when we reach the point where we want to send real-time notifications, we are going to implement that. So for the moment, we are done with our backend. So from now on, we are going to be working on our front end. So see you. Bye.